What is up, everybody? Greetings, good morning, and happy Saturday. It's morning over here, 10 a.m., 10:15. Getting used to this wild concept of streaming in the AM. Used to do that a long time ago, but it's been a hot minute. Track Zero, Psycho Kowalski, Duke Donuts, Space Hoppercopter, Val, Ear, Lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else, welcome. Hope you all are doing well. I'm pretty excited.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
So is Track Zero, apparently. Thank you very much for your support. 4 months of unspeakable horrors. Appreciate that. Thank you. We are today embarking on the next leg of our backlog journey, I guess. I don't know, I'm just making this up. We're gonna be playing this. Death by Degrees. Finally. I've had this game for, I don't know, several years. But I haven't really played it. I played it like so many other games. I got it, I booted it up, and I don't even remember if this was on stream or not. But I played like half an hour and thought to myself, well, you know, this is kind of neat. I should play this sometime. And, well, several years pass, and here we are. We'll get to that soon enough. It's funny, I hadn't really thought about it, partially because I don't know much about the game's plot, but also because I wasn't thinking about it in general, I guess. But as I was preparing, like, the summary and, you know, some details about the stream, it just kind of dawned on me that Death by Degrees makes for an interesting double feature with Chase the Express. Because they're kind of similar, right? They're both like clandestine counter-terrorist stealth action adventure Hollywood blockbuster type games with some light touches of Resident Evil, but one of them is set on a train and the other one is set on a boat. I mean, I'm sure the games are not going to be that similar in terms of how they play. But they've got a lot of overlap in terms of theme and setting and that kind of thing. Death by Degrees, at least it's not Sub-Zero Mythologies. Dude, it fucking wishes it was Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero. That game fucking owns. I wish it was. Can you imagine if this was in 2D, digitized live action fucking combat? Ugh. Fighting polygonal dinosaurs in the Netherrealm? Dude, like, it's the ultimate game. Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero owns, and it's the idea that it doesn't is some self-perpetuating, like, you know, it's like fucking Genesis sound chip so bad it's just farts and distorted guitars that sound like farts or whatever. It's like, dude, yeah, if you play like 5 American games and nothing else, maybe. But Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero, I mean, I won't pretend like it's not completely jacked, because it's definitely completely jacked. But it also definitely owns. I legitimately think MKM Sub-Zero is a lot of fun. For me, I think the biggest problem with that game is that the middle, like, 70% of the game are like the most boring stages. Like the first temple is pretty neat. It's like a little intro level, and then you get the second stage, which is like the Wind Temple, which is super cool. It's like one of the coolest stages, but it's also got some kind of weird platforming. But then the other temples, like the Earth Temple and the water sewers and like all that shit is it's like hallway mazes. But then the Netherrealm stuff is really cool. I think like the Netherrealm in the Mortal Kombat universe has never been as cool as it was in that game, because it's the most like interesting, weird take on the Netherrealm. It's all like weird high-tech pyramids and like this orange haze. Like in so many of the other games, it's just like super generic fire and brimstone, lava, oceans, and I don't know. I mean, there's some cool stuff in the later games, like Quan Chi's Fortress or whatever in MKX. Like, that's pretty cool. But as far as, like, the... You know, that's one location, but it seems like as soon as you look out the window, it's nothing but, you know, lava and cliffs and nothingness. So I thought Mythologies had a pretty unusual and interesting take on it. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, I guess. At least it's not MK Special Forces. See, now you're onto something, because that game is not only really bad and boring, but it's also literally the collected table scraps of what was left of, like, an abandoned 40% completed game that had all of its story cut out of it and replaced with, like, 25 seconds of voiceover. Disappointed is not even the word to describe that game. It's just... Or describe how I feel about the game, rather. It's very unfortunate that that game turned out the way it did, because I feel like it... Oh, maybe that's not fair. I was going to say, I feel like it sort of killed the idea of doing more spin-offs, but that's not really true, because there was, what, 5 years between Special Forces and Shaolin Monks? And Shaolin Monks, obviously, is an amazing game, so maybe Special Forces didn't kill off too much. But yeah, I still think it's a shame that there haven't been more, because needless to say, Mortal Kombat has a rich universe with many popular characters, and as the story mode stuff is shown in the more recent games, there's a lot you can do with showing these characters in different types of situations and scenarios that, you know, isn't constrained by, or if it isn't constrained, rather, by the concept of, like, a martial arts tournament, there's still a lot to explore. Even Tekken took a swing at that idea, and we'll be checking out that today. Death by Degrees, the Nina Williams game where we are gonna infiltrate a boat as a secret CIA agent to take down some sort of shadowy organization / evil corporation, get embroiled in all kinds of international conspiracies, and I don't know, shoot some guns and break some bones in the process. Should be a good time. Should be a good time. Marmot, what's up? If you fold your opponent in half, they will experience death by 180 degrees. Yeah, yeah. Sounds about right. We might be able to do that in the game. We'll see. Death by 1080. The three-way licensed Dark Summit Tekken 1080 spin-off. Dude, I remember being I mean, I was being an idiot about it, of course, but I remember when 1080 snowboarding came out and everyone was, like, raving about it. I remember playing it once and thinking it was shit and being, like, irrationally upset at other people liking this thing. I think I was on some Emperor's New Clothes shit. It's like, dude, this game fucking sucks. Why is everyone so excited about it? But I won't, you know, having not played it in a very long time, I'm perfectly willing to concede that I might have been super wrong. I just remember the controls being, like, really whack. Where it's like, if you want to do, like, rotating tricks, like, I'd played the Cool Borders and thought those games were sick. Which, granted, like, going back to them now, I don't know that they really are. But at least in terms of how doing tricks worked, it's like, it was fairly similar to something like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Especially if you're doing, like, rotation, like, you know, you achieve liftoff, you're in the air, and you spin, and you keep spinning, and you just make sure to sort of align yourself when you land, so you can keep going. But in 1080, it's like, you jump into the air, and then you press the R button, and then do, like, a 360 spin on the analog stick, and then your dude is in the air, and it's like, does a 360 spin, and then you do, like, another button combination, he'll do another 360. It was so weird. Like, there's no, like, sort of smooth rotation. You just do, like, one 180 or 360 rotation at a time with, like, an individual button combination. I just thought that was a really weird way of doing it. It felt really unintuitive and looked unnatural, which, for that to stand out to me in that time on an N64 game, quite something. But I suppose it'd be interesting to revisit those games. I only played the first one, but I feel like that's the one that people were excited for. I did buy Cool Borders 3 some years ago, and I think I did like 2 races in it, and I was like, well, this isn't very fun, is it? And I promptly kind of forgot about it. I just feel like, I mean, I've never done any snowboarding or skiing or anything like that. I have no like connection to those kinds of sports outside of video games. But since I had a brief period in my youth where I was like obsessed with Cool Borders and thought that game was so sick, I guess I've been wanting to kind of recapture that and like have this idea of wanting to enjoy snowboarding games. I mean, I was in SSX3 for a hot minute. That game was a lot of fun too. I really didn't like or didn't care for the original SSX, or like when that came out. I haven't played the original. I played Tricky a little bit later on, but SSX to me was just, it looked gross and disgusting and weird. And I guess it was like halfway between some weird misplaced loyalty to Cool Borders and just being a Sega and Dreamcast fan. Anything on PS2 by definition is crap, right? So I didn't really much care for that. But I got SSX3 on my Xbox a few years later, and I definitely liked that a lot. But anyway, I guess snowboarding games are a little bit like wrestling games, where I like the concept of it. There's a promise there of it being something cool and fun, but in reality, most of my experiences with games in that genre have not necessarily been great to actually play. So I remember I got Zap Snowboarding Tricks for the Saturn, and I don't think I ever picked it up yet, but there's also Steep Slope Sliders for the Saturn. I'm sure neither of those are really that great. Was your first snowboarding game? Wouldn't have compared it to anything. Makes sense. Hadn't played Tony Hawk. Well, it predates Tony Hawk, right? Well, Tony Hawk might have come out by the time you played it, of course. I don't know. But because the first Tony Hawk was 99, I think. And I feel like 1080 was before that, but I guess it might not have been. I really don't know. SSX controls felt loosey-goosey. Amped. Yeah, I never played the amped games either, but I guess they always struck me as a little bit too simmy. If not in their controls, at least in their presentation. Because I think what Cool Borders got right that I really enjoyed is that it had, you know, at the time, you might not have been able to do stuff that was too kind of realistic. It's a PS1 game. First one was, what, 96 or something like that? But it has that, like, super 90s aesthetics. It's got bright colors and all that. Not full-on, you know, Sega style, or, you know, a Namco arcade game, but it's like closer to that direction than something that's looking to be simmy. SSX, by contrast, kind of took that almost too far, is how I remember feeling at the time. But by SSX 3, they kind of dialed in like a nice fidelity to the snow rendering, but the characters were still like pretty over the top. Not, you know, the character designs were hit and miss, I guess, but it was fun for sure. And Steep Slope Sliders. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I feel like there's certain genre of games that you could absolutely have remembered being very fun, and then you try to go back to them today, and it's like, whether you're spoiled by later refinements in the same genre, or just, like, similar types of controls in other games, making that, whatever, feeling very dated, that can definitely happen. Like, I hate the idea, I don't like phrasing things like stuff hasn't aged well, or like, I mean, that can be the case, I feel like, but I don't like the idea of something being, like, made obsolete entirely by sort of broad advancements in technology or design trends. I feel like, for the most part, there's... games can still be interesting for what they are in that particular moment in time. But of course, you know, you can't completely... you can't divorce yourself from your other experiences entirely. So if you've gotten used to similar stuff that feel more modern, like, yeah, of course you can very subjectively have that feeling of, oh, this is feeling pretty difficult to get into or whatever. I guess what I take issue with is more of the blanket statement of something a game in this case like not being worth your time because other games have made it obsolete. I guess I would reserve that kind of judgment to very extreme cases, and even then, I think there would be some level of academic interest in at least trying something out. I don't know. I'm just projecting, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I hear that sometimes though when I like on some podcast or live stream or whatever I'm watching or listening to, some old game comes up, and it's like not even like a fucking 70s game or something, like something that's from, yeah, like, you know, mid 2000s, and someone goes like expresses shock that something is like, wow, you can actually play that and it's actually entertaining. Like, dude, well, why wouldn't it be? Anyway, I digress. NPC, what's up? Do I always stream this early on Saturdays? Depends on how you define always. I did it last Saturday. That was the first time in probably 2 years that I have done so. But I'm sort of on a vacation schedule right now. And since we're also doing movie night tonight, that sort of behooves me to rearrange my schedule a little bit. But to be frank, I felt like I'd wanted to shift around my Saturday schedule a little bit. I don't think I've updated my Twitch schedule page, actually. But the established schedule that I have been running on for the last year and a half is Saturday streams from 1 p.m. I used to do them from 3 p.m. and then I moved it to 1. And now we're back to 10 a.m., which is what I used to do a long time ago. I like when I had the 3 p.m. start time, I felt that it was like kind of awkward because I didn't have quite enough time in the day to do stuff before that, but I didn't also have enough time to do anything after that. I was like, well, let's shift it a little bit earlier in the day. But I kind of felt ultimately that I had the same issue with that. At least now, I've found myself like if I start at 1 and I go until like 9 p.m. or something, or maybe even 6 p.m. that I should want to be able to go outside and get some exercise or do something in the morning before I start streaming. But a lot of the time I ended up like sleeping in and just having a very slow start in the morning. And then it's like, well, I didn't get anything done before the stream. So I feel like if I'm going to do that, I might as well start at 10. So I can either get a few hours of additional streaming in or do my, 4, 5, 6, however many hours, wrap up the stream and like have some of my day left. So that's the attempt. But I also wanted, I suppose, to potentially accommodate people in other time zones by streaming in slightly different hours and different times of the week. So that people who might struggle to tune in during Europe evening hours to maybe have an easier time this time of day. I'm sure this is also... I'm sure the opposite is true. That, like, I was surprised to see Duke there, but I don't know, it shouldn't surprise me, I guess, that your hours are weird. But I figured this is not a very America-friendly hour. But, we have people tuning in from all different parts of the world, so if I can accommodate someone a little bit better, I'm happy to do that. 4:30 a.m. Hey, what's up, Bruno? Thank you, as always. Very, very kind to remind me. I'm late working on stream stuff, learning multi-threaded C++. Oh, that sounds relaxing. Good way to get your full night's rest. Man, speaking of which, like, we'll see how long this holds up. My sleep has gotten so weird. And the problem isn't that I'm, like, sleeping all day. It's that I'm like, up too late. I went to bed at, like, 2 a.m. something last night. Because I was watching Duke stream. I was about to go to bed, but he was streaming X-Men Legends, and I had to get angry in chat because, speaking of getting irrationally angry for people liking games, I was very annoyed at the time. I remember everyone raving about X-Men Legends, and I thought it was the most boring shit. But Duke was punching some park benches. So that that was fun. But anyway, yeah, exactly. Too mad to sleep. What's up, Sanuj? Good morning. But yeah, so I've been, like, not every day, but almost been going to bed at, like, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 2:30, and I'm still getting up at, like, 8 in the morning, and I mean, granted, I don't have work, so maybe I'm just, like, a little bit sluggish and I get by, but having, like, 5-6 hours of sleep is not enough for me, and definitely not for, like, extended periods of time. I try to, like, force myself to get up in the morning, because the last thing I want is to sleep till noon, and then I'm, like, completely fucked. But the weird thing is, like, I'm managing, I'm getting by, and I always think, like, well, if I just push myself to get up in the morning, I'll be tired at night, and I'll go to bed at a reasonable hour. I mean, I guess streaming doesn't help, because you just keep going, but... Or getting angry about X-Men Legends, maybe not either, I don't know. But I keep finding myself staying up way later than I should, and it's... I don't know, it's weird. And my, like... As I mentioned yesterday, like, my, all of my eating and sleeping and exercising, like, every kind of routine is getting completely whacked. But at least I had to get up to prep for the stream today, so here we are. We'll see... I was gonna say, we'll see how it goes, but we'll be watching a movie tonight. I mean, I guess that won't be super duper late, but if I want to do something after that, then... Well, whatever. It's nothing for you guys to worry about. You play some X-Men Destiny. Holy shit, that game. Wow. I really want to play that game. Not because it seems good, obviously. Was that... Did I make this up, or was that game also Silicon Knights? Or am I just, like, conflating the weird two-human controversy? Because X-Men Destiny was also, like, recalled, right? It was, okay, yeah. Because, exactly, it got pulled. It's like, it's the worst possible concept of an X-Men game. It's like, oh, you guys love the X-Men? Alright, let's have a video game about the X-Men. You get to play as John original character, or original X-Men from the X-Men. All these other favorite X-Men of yours, forget those guys. You get to play an original superhero. Like, fuck do I, like... If I wanted that, I'd play fucking... I don't know. Not X-Men. Yeah, exactly. There's like 3 characters. Right. That's, like... Our... You know, we have X-Men at home. We have 3 of them. It's your choice. Ugh. It's, So, like, that seemed like a weird choice. Then it had the whole, like, Silicon Knights connection. It got pulled, like, I don't know. But I figure you could probably still, like, I don't know that it's, like, a extremely super rare game to find. I haven't looked, like, super closely. Certainly 2 Human wasn't difficult to get. But I think you can get that digitally now, even. For a while, that game was unavailable, too, for some legal reasons. But yeah, X-Men is definitely, like, there aren't that many good X-Men games in the grand scheme of things. There's a good handful that are, like, kind of good or decent. There's a lot of crap. But I really want to, like, there's so many X-Men games that I haven't played. I would love to do, like, a full, proper X-Men series exploration. But there's a lot of, well, I don't know about a lot, but there's at least some kind of edge cases of games where, you know, you have, like, Wolverine games and stuff, which, you know, I would include those. They have some other, like, Marvel-themed games where I guess... Because if you wanted to go even further and say, like, I want to play every Marvel game, that's a lot of fucking games. Because not only do you have X-Men and Spider-Man, of course, but there's a lot of other weird shit, like one-offs and stuff. I don't know. I would be very interested in curating a list of Marvel and X-Men games, but that would be a multi-year project for sure if you wanted to play them all to completion. It's extremely weird in ways that don't make it necessarily less fun to play. Well, there's the NES Uncanny X-Men, but there's also NES Wolverine. There's... I don't know, there's so much shit. Brunin G, if you go to the movie chat channel and check the pinned messages, the poll for the current movie night should be pinned right there. It looked to me like Dynasty Warriors is doing quite well in the polls here, but we'll see if more people show up. So we're doing movie night tonight, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Yeah, movie chat has always been a separate channel. There's some roles on the Discord. If you go to the welcome channel, you don't need to have the rules to have access. Everyone should have access to that channel. But if you assign yourself to the movie night role, you will get a notification whenever I put up a new poll and that kind of thing. So let me just chill that, I guess. If you guys want to watch a video game themed movie tonight, feel free to join my Discord. We'll be watching Mortal Kombat Legends, Scorpion's Revenge, or Dynasty Warriors, or Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time. But it's looking like we'll probably be watching Dynasty Warriors. That should be fun. After Legends and Destiny, you were thinking about doing just the RPG-like games. See, that's the shit that, like, that's those kinds of games. The modern games are what's putting me off from doing challenges or like projects like that. Like when I was doing all the Batman games, like that time I even had the benefit of like genuinely liking the Arkham games. But the last, 10 games, I guess, of the Batman project, which accounted for probably, there were 60-something games, and that included separate entries for, like, DLC campaigns for some of the later games. But out of that, like, 60, whatever, the last, let's say, 10 accounted for probably a third, if not more, of the total playtime. And that was basically all Arkham, Lego, and the Telltale Adventures. And even then, like, the Telltale games were good. The first one was really good. The second one's pretty good. And the Arkham games were all fun. I mean, Arkham Knight was way too long, and it's like, it gets to become a real slog. But even liking those games, I felt like you run out of so much momentum, and there's like so little variety, not just within each game, but like going from game to game to game. Like, compare that to when you're doing the 80s games and the 90s games. Like, every game is like a vastly different genre. You would at most spend like 2 streams on a single game. Like, going through that stuff is so much more fun to me. So the idea of doing these, like thinking of doing like X-Men Legends 1 and 2 and Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1, 2, and 3. I mean, I guess they wouldn't be back to back necessarily, but that feels like a slog and a half because I'm not really that into those styles of games to begin with, and especially doing them in that context of like trying to finish them. I don't know. I have a great deal of admiration for people who have that amount of patience and perseverance. I'm such an impatient person. When it comes to playing these games and looking through game series and stuff, I'm always just excited about whatever's next. So whenever stuff takes long, I get impatient and I feel like I lose steam very quickly. What's good is that it's not the stuff you're interested in, but it's lesser overlap. That's good. I don't feel like I followed that sentence at all. Rocksteady probably felt Arkham Knight was going to be their last Batman game, so they crammed it with as much as possible. Well, I mean, they were very vocal about it. That was the whole idea. But I don't think that justifies their excuses. It's bloat at all. I mean, first of all, it's the bloat is just bad in general. But I don't think the nature of how it's bloated has very little to do with like, all right, this is our final showing. Let's get it all in there, because it's like, that to me doesn't explain why you are forced to complete like every fucking minor side quest in the game to get the ending. It doesn't excuse why there's like 40 hours of extremely boring Batmobile shit. And I don't know. Like, parts of it are great, of course. I think all of the Rocksteady Arkham games completely shit the bed from a storytelling standpoint towards the end. That one included. Although, that one kind of gets extremely far up its own ass in a way that's, like, kind of intriguing. But a lot of its, like, attempts at plot reveals and twists and stuff are handled very clunkily. But that said, like, I think a lot of the writing in those games are still enjoyable. The way the characters are written, the way the dialogue is done, like, that stuff is fun. And I think Arkham Knight surprisingly did that quite good. Especially how it incorporates the Joker. I never really cared much for the Joker in those games. And the idea of, like, in Arkham City, it's just preposterous. Like, part of why I don't like that game that much is the Joker, and how, like, the plot of that game is basically about Batman fucking doing backflips and bending over backwards and doing whatever else to save the Joker's life. And then, like, when Talia al Ghul dies, like, who is an actual lover, question mark, someone who he should reasonably care about a lot, he doesn't give a fuck. But then the Joker dies, and it's, like, the fucking saddest moment in the world, and there's, like, the entire ending of the game is basically just about how extremely sad it is that the Joker died. The Batman fucking carrying him out in his arms. Like, it's just so stupid. But I felt like, well, at least that shit's done with. So then when I learned that the Joker actually has, like, a very big part in Arkham Knight, like, it's just, oh my, like, Jesus Christ, can we ever get rid of this shit? So much to my surprise, like, it's actually done in kind of a fun and interesting and entertaining way. I actually kind of liked the Joker's, I like the Joker's part in that game more than in any of the others. So I was impressed with that, but ultimately the game is so fucking tedious because there's so much shit. Hey, what's up, Socrates? Yeah, Arkham Knight. Well, we're kind of talking about all of them, but anyway. The Arkham Origins is the best one, and it has the best Joker. Even though I was pretty pissed when I learned that he's in that game too, because I was, like, so excited about one of those games without the fucking Joker, and they're like, twist! It was actually the Joker. You know, like, whatever. But I think that game, like, has the best Joker. I think it has the relationship between Batman and the Joker is, like, the most exciting. It's does a great job of setting the stage for their relationship, which then doesn't, like, pay off in the other games because it's like a prequel, right? But anyway, why are we talking about this? I don't know, I forget. Yeah, right, we're playing, like, the long tedious games at the end of a, you know, game series thing. Unfortunately, like, there is, you know, there's something inherently exciting and interesting about looking at the timeline of something like Batman, where you have several decades worth of games, so you get to see the same character, the same world, the same kind of storylines, even in some cases, being explored in the same medium, but what might as well be different mediums when you have, like, 1986 computer games versus, you know, fucking PS4 games. So that's really fun. And of course, if you were to excise, like, all the modern games from that for the benefit of focusing on what's more fun, yeah, you definitely lose some of that perspective. Calendar Man all along. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't think the Joker is, like, a bad character. I just think he's so... There's so many interesting and fun characters in the Batman universe that I think you're doing it such a disservice by putting this disproportionate emphasis on the Joker as the main villain. That's one of the things that I loved about Dark Tomorrow. Commonly and incorrectly regarded as the worst Batman game of all time. The Joker is like, oh yeah, he's the villain in level 3 or whatever, and then that's it. He's not in the game anymore. He's just another villain. And that's so fucking refreshing to not have him be, like, secretly orchestrating the whole game. You know, like some games like The Adventures of Batman and Robin on the Super Nintendo, he's like I think he's the boss in the first stage. But then he comes back at the end because, of course, he's like a big deal. But even so, that it doesn't. That game still has like levels. Each level is themed against, with a villain, and they each get like proper room to be important. The fact that everything has to like come back to the Joker every goddamn time is it's just like so tiring and boring. I mean, I like the Joker, but I like him in moderation, and it's annoying to see other characters not get the chance to, I don't know, flourish due to the Joker fucking holding him down. Or just have the shock gloves. Pretty good, yeah. Dude, that game just, it has the best story, has the best characters, has the best character designs, has the best boss fights. Dude, that game's so fucking good. I want to replay it. We're only a few months away now from Gotham Knights, which I'm incredibly anxious about. It's the next game from the studio that developed Arkham Origins, but obviously it looks like a very different type of game. With all this multiplayer, live game service, loot crafting shit, numbers going up in XP, and elemental 2.3% boosts to electric damage against Joker thugs and shit. It's like, oh boy. I just hope that there's something fun in that game underneath those 12 layers of nonsense. Anyway, let's not... I already lost sleep getting mad about X-Men Legends tonight. Let's not exhaust ourselves getting mad at a bunch of other shit. We'll get into Death by Degrees very shortly. I just, however, need to do one more thing. Last night, we had the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream, as we do. And that means, having completed the previous challenge, it's time to set up a new one. And for once, I actually remembered. Not only do I have it prepared here, I also remembered to do this right now and actually activate the challenge. Let me just double check that it's all set up correctly. Viewer's Choice versus Fighting bonus stream number 19. The goal is 100,000 con coins. It'll go for 30 days. Sounds good. Boom. Let's do it. Start challenge. You are now free to pay your dues. I don't know if free is the right word. Your con commands you to pay your fight tax. And at some point within the next 30 days, we will be able to schedule yet another Friday night bonus stream. Is there anything else that we need to do? I don't know. Well, what we should do, I guess, is we should take a quick look at the game here. And look at the manual, I guess. So this game is a spin-off, of course, of Tekken. You play as Nina, and you're on a secret mission with the CIA, I guess, according to the lore that I read. All right, we got a little Namco questionnaire here. I'm gonna leave that there. And the only thing I kind of remember about this game from back then is you use the analog sticks, like the right analog stick controls the fighting. This was a hot but brief trend that games tried, I feel like. You know, there was like Fight Night, the boxing game, had like analog stick controlled punches, which was, I remember, working pretty well. And that's actually working to solve a specific problem, I feel like. Because boxing games, not only do they not feel like, you know, pressing buttons doesn't feel like punching, which obviously not a lot of things you do in video games feel like the thing you're supposed to do. But specifically when you're simulating an actual boxing match, you know, there's a lot more intricacies to it than, you know, punching or blocking. You know, you have a fighting game or something, there's a lot of abstraction there. But if you're trying to simulate actual boxing, or for that matter, you know, wrestling or MMA or that kind of thing, there's a lot of very fine detail into how your arms and hands and body will interact with the other person in the ring. So it makes sense that you want to have a system where, you know, something that is a little bit noodly and squiggly and, you know, not so precise as pressing a button, because it sort of better reflects how those interactions work in real life, I feel. Similarly, I guess with, you know, Skate, using the right analog stick to do like tricks and stuff. Like, yeah, it's again, I feel like the point is for it to be less precise than pressing a button. Because pressing a button, like, comes back to the 1080 thing, right? You do a little button combination, then you do a trick. Like, it's, oh, that's, you know, that can work for some games, but it's certainly not, like, if you're looking for simulation and simulating the experience of doing it in real life, like, yeah, it makes sense that you want it to be a little noodly. But for something like this, it seems a little weird. There was this game, and there was Jet Li Rise to Honor, which I'm pretty sure also had analog stick combat. There's probably other examples that slip my mind right now, but yeah, for a brief period there, that was something that people seemed excited to explore. And it's not like it's completely extinct. You still see games now and then do that kind of thing, but it didn't really it didn't establish itself as the go-to way of doing melee combat, I feel like. But yeah, so what I recall from just the conversations about this game back in the day, as is often the case, it would often be oversimplified and the game would be simply referred to as a beat 'em up. So when I booted this game up when I first got it, I was definitely surprised to see that it is kind of a, I mean, I guess calling it a Resident Evil-like is a bit of a stretch, but it has a map screen. I believe it has an inventory. It has keys. I wouldn't go so far as to call it a Metroid game, because I don't think you gain new abilities. It's like one
of my Japanese animes.
Well, is it anime? We'll find out. We'll find out. You know, you don't really get, like, for me, what defines a Metroid-style game is, yes, it's an interconnected world with locks and keys, but the keys, so to speak, the things you get that allow you to overcome previously inaccessible areas aren't things that are used specifically. They're not actual keys to open those locks. They're abilities and stuff that you can use and stuff that you can do, completely divorced from the context of opening those specific locks. You know, it's a double jump, so you can use it anywhere. And I think in games that do these things well, those abilities are both used in traversal and in combat. So in that sense, I feel like this is much more of a Resident Evil-like than a Metroid-like, because I'm pretty sure it's just like, you know, plot event triggers and key items and stuff that will let you open doors and whatever. I'm trying to think, like, I wonder if there's, like, is there a good word for that? Because obviously when you talk about Resident Evil, there is a an implied degree of, you know, limitation, like resource management in on one hand, but also, you know, movement and like restrictions in your freedom as a character to move around and do stuff you want. Like the Dino Crisis games, for example. Dino Crisis 2, I guess, is the one I'm more familiar with. I maintain that it's not really like Resident Evil because it's so action-focused. But I guess it probably also has locked doors and stuff like that. It's been so long since I played it that I don't really remember. But just structurally, if you ignore the mechanics of movement and combat and what you actually do in the game, in terms of just getting more keys to open new doors, to progress further, I guess arguably that's such a generic enough thing that it's not something there's no point in applying a word to it or comparing it to a specific game. I don't know. But I guess like the presentation of you're in this constricted location, you have this map, you can only explore a little bit of it, but slowly but surely you can explore more and more of it. I feel like there's some kind of similarity there. Rise to Honor getting 5 out of 5 excited faces in GamePro. Yeah, I'm definitely curious to play that game. I never played it. I feel like it's probably not that great. You never really hear anyone talk about it. But, you know, there's a lot of games that no one talk about that are fucking amazing. So that doesn't really mean anything necessarily. Souls-like. Well, obviously there's people have very very specific ideas of what it means. I mean, it makes sense with From Software, of course, sticking very closely to their established formula. Like it sets a pretty clear template for what those games are, what that kind of game is. I assume that you were being a little facetious there. But just, you know, in the interest of actually engaging a little bit of critical thought, and just as a thought experiment, I guess. Like in those games, if you think about the structure of the world, I guess, because, well, come to think of it, the structure of the world is maybe not the most important thing for what defined those games, but you can have something like Demon's Souls, which doesn't have an interconnected world, right? And I think most people would agree that it has, because it has the same progression system with the bonfires and the levels as in leveling up, stats and abilities and whatnot. You know, it's got the combat, the encumbrance systems, all that. Like the actual level as an environment, world design, whatever, how it's all interconnected, isn't necessarily. I mean, you have Demon's Souls on one hand, and then you have Elden Ring on the other extreme, I guess. But in those games, if you think about the original Dark Souls, which is probably the one I play the most out of those. I mean, yeah, it's arguably closer to Resident Evil than it is to Metroid in terms of how you gain access to different parts of the world. But even then, I think the thematic dressing of it makes a difference, because on the one hand, it's not very focused on actual locks and keys. You know, you open some gates to open shortcuts and stuff, and there are locked doors and there are keys. But I feel like for the most part, it's just progression is gated much more by bosses and heavy or like tough enemies that you have to get stronger to get past. And of course, games like Resident Evil and Chase the Express and whatever else have fairly linear progression that is gated by bosses and enemies and stuff. Far from everything is about finding a key to opening a locked door. But and a lot of the time you defeat a boss to get the key. But I think there's something to be said for the framing, the narrative framing and the thematic framing of exploring this. You know, you're in a place where you don't belong. Everything is locked down, and you have to infiltrate. You know, Metal Gear. Certainly the original Metal Gear, which is fucking all about finding key cards and hitching rides on a you know, back of a truck to get from base to base. Metal Gear 2, for that matter, and by extension Metal Gear Solid. The later MGS games maybe not as much, although MGS 2 is actually quite a lot like that as well. Maybe that's what this is. It's more of a Metal Gear than a Resident Evil. But it's funny though, again, like when you talk about a game being like Dark Souls, people, I think, rightfully associate that with the more defining features with the kind of bonfire checkpoint mechanics and stuff like that. And if you compare something to Metal Gear, it's more about the, I would say, stealth and sneaking and the mechanical depth of how you can interact with enemies and using different gadgets and weapons and stuff. But if you think about it just a little bit further in terms of the greater macro kind of structure of those, at least earlier games, where, yeah, it's a lot about finding progression triggers, be they boss fights or finding a key card or whatever to open the next door to get to the next section. there's a lot of similarities there between Metal Gear and Resident Evil. There's at least overlap in the Venn diagram, right? And I think you have the very specific idea of like infiltration. Like you are getting inside an enemy stronghold. You wouldn't necessarily phrase it in those terms, but if you look at the original Resident Evil, that's exactly what's happening, right? Like you're in this mansion, which is the front for Umbrella, and you are this like task force, and you have to you're essentially infiltrating their facility. So there's some, I mean, it's not a spy setting, but it's not too far removed. And I mean, in this game, we're an actual secret agent and we're infiltrating an enemy facility. You have even some of the aesthetic trappings of like even UI and menus and having this map screen, like with different rooms and locked doors and stuff. Like, I don't know, it's interesting that I feel like there's a lot more of a connection there. Even if there's some light overlap with even Metroid there, you know, Samus is on this mission and you have this map and whatever else, like there's some similarities there. But again, when the Dark Souls connection is tied so closely to the mechanics of you know, bonfires and maybe the combat, stuff like that, boss fights, the difficulty. Again, I think the defining feature of Metroid is in some cases a lack of you know, narrative interjection of dialogue and cutscenes, but some of those games have that too. But more to the point that like the actual progression comes from gaining abilities that are used in equal measure to unlock gates, but also to deal with the, you know, meat and potatoes of the traversal and the combat. Which coincidentally was one of the things that I felt that Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate did atrociously bad, where almost every ability you get that will like give you the ability to progress is completely context sensitive and can only be used in those specific spots. It can never be used for anything else. Like, how can you miss the point that badly? But hey, those guys redeemed themselves fairly well with Metroid Dread, which I actually really quite liked. Anyway, that was a very long tangent about this game not just being a beat 'em up, I guess. Baba Paco, what's up? Happy Saturday. Quality manual. It's PS2 manual, so it's not going to be quite as visually exciting as a late era PS1 manual. But Namco, you know, they put some effort in. The Secret of Death by Degrees. Yeah, we're getting some plot here. Yes, Nina's hired by or working with CIA. They're investigating this shady organization, and the way to do that is to well, I was gonna say pose as, I guess she's just straight up doing it, but she's entering this illegal underground fighting tournament. But I guess under the auspices of entering this tournament, she's going to investigate what's going on this luxury cruise ship. And that's basically the plot, I guess. Nina ga shujinko no action adventure. The action adventure where Nina is the main character.
Why do you think the king is a tyrant? Because he's enacting death by decrees.
Thank you, Atomic Runner. That 100-bit Mega Shock. I'll just let that hang there. Which Tekken games was this made between 5 and 6? No, this game came out before Tekken 5. Or around the time. This has, the US version, I think, the box advertises that there's a demo for Tekken 5 included in the game. Yeah, copyright 2004. Tekken 5 came out in, like, March 05. I remember there was a fair bit of controversy with Tekken 5 because it came out on PS2 very soon after the arcade version. So a lot of arcade operators were very unhappy with that. I think it was like 3 months between the arcade launch and the PS2 launch. And I don't remember if the arcade version came out in like March or if the PS2 version came out in March and the arcade was like late 2004 or something like that. But yeah, Tekken 6 wasn't until 2008, something like that. So this was roughly contemporary. Tekken 4 had been like what, 2002? Something like that. There was quite a gap between 4 and 5. I mean, for the time. Obviously, nowadays, having 3 years in between major fighting game releases is a pretty quick turnaround. But this was 20 years ago. Terrorists really need to stop organizing big fighting tournaments. I don't know, man. It's pretty cool thing to do. It's pretty baller. So I mean, maybe they should. Simple controls, flip the stick and do cool shit, I guess. All right, looks like we can upgrade Nina with the skill system. Interesting. I guess you're probably unlocking like additional fighting moves and whatnot. It says here in her profile that she is 20 years old. Kind of makes me curious if this is set. Like, I know Nina's age is weird because she's in a cryogenic, like, she was cryogenically frozen for 17 years between Tekken 3 and Tekken 4. So I don't know if she would have. How do you count someone's age? But also, you know, character ages in games like these are always weird. It's like fucking, speaking of Resident Evil, Jill Valentine, fucking ex-Green Beret, whatever, like highly accomplished, and she's like, what, 21? Or Streets of Rage, all the main characters are like grizzled ex-cops. They've gone through the academy, they've done everything, they've joined the force, they've been, you know, dutiful police officers. They've gotten a bit jaded, they've seen the corruption and they've decided to, you know, you quit the force and become vigilantes. You know, you'd expect someone to have gone through all that to have some years on them, right? But it's the same thing there. Like all the main characters in that game, they're like 21 and 22. It's like, dude, can you even become a police officer by 21? Like, do you fucking join the police academy at like 16? Like how? I don't know how that works, but it's anime, I guess. So for Nina to be an accomplished super assassin martial artist CIA agent at age 20, she's just that good, I guess. They joined the force with the intention of becoming jaded and quitting. I guess so. They just gotta like... they just needed to get in there to get their vigilante bona fides. I don't know. Wow, there's a lot of unlockable minigame bonus mode type things, it looks like. Just reading about the main menu here. Save points. The game has save points. That's another Resident Evil-ism. Controls. Let's study this for a brief second. Alright, moving cursor, confirm, cancel. Yeah, I think we can figure that out. Alright, there's a single button to reach the map screen. That's good. That's something I missed from Chase the Express. Alright, you can move with the left stick, X plus left stick to run. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, so you flick the right stick quickly to do a roll or like dodge. And you like flick it less slowly, I guess, to do attacks. We'll see how this works out. Oh, okay, so to guard, you move the stick towards an enemy attack. Kind of like an active parry kind of thing, it sounds like. Interesting. Change stance icon with the D-pad. I'm not sure what that means, but figure that out. Stance with L1. I guess that's like lock on, probably. Okay, so you hold L1 to go into stance, and then when you use the right stick, you do command normal or like command attacks. Or L1 with left and right stick, I guess. I'm sure we'll have like move lists and stuff in the game, so that'll be something we figure out as we go along. Use weapons. Naibu Hakai, destroy something? L2 and right stick. I'm sure there's going to be tutorials and stuff. For 2004 game, they'll not leave us completely in the blind. R1 to grab opponents. I guess you grab them, then you use the right stick to to toss them around. It's pretty good. Of course, Nina's got some sick grapple moves and shit, so they would incorporate that in the game, I'm sure. Kubishime. I guess that's neck snapping. Grab an enemy from behind. Or like you stand behind them and press R1. Okay, this is probably like a stealth kill then. Nagenuke. Alright, there's throw escapes. Flick the left stick quickly towards an enemy who's about to grab you. Oh, okay, so there's like holding... Okay, it's not... Okay, I don't know. There's some kind of evasive... There's two different, like, defensive mechanics that both have the same input, which just, like, point the right stick towards an opponent in time with their attack, so we'll figure that out, I guess. Square and circle are action buttons. Reset camera on R2. Lock on R2. Okay, so L1 doesn't lock on, it just puts you in a stance. Okay. Alright, there's a sniping minigame. There's a stingray minigame. Mini cam lock. Okay. We're gonna be shooting some guns in this game. Game screen and gameplay. Alright, we got a little combo gauge. Well, whatever. You'll see the game soon enough, I guess. Oh, there's a little save room, and like if you're in a room with a save point, a thing will light up on your HUD, I guess. You have your health gauge, you have your concentration gauge, which I'm guessing is used for special moves or something. Naibu Hakai. Oh, it's like internal destruction. I guess that's the X-ray moves. I see. Yeah, you change your command or your stance icon to go between different fighting modes, I guess. Pause menu, game rules, game overs. Okay, sure. Status screen, yeah, we have a status screen with map and file. If we can, it's like too bright, getting like overexposed, so it doesn't know to focus on it. Wait, please. I fucking hate this camera so much. Whatever, there's a pause menu with map and file and fingerprints and melee attacks and weapons and shit. Ugh. That's so annoying. What's up, Joestar? Happy Saturday. Status screen, item screen, skill screen, firearm, melee weapon, map, file, fingerprint. Actions, okay. Movement on the left stick. Rolling on the right stick. Whatever. I feel like this is just... I mean, it's giving us a little more context and showing pictures for all these things we just read, but I feel like we don't really need to read it again. Renzoku-waza, combos, right stick. Doesn't really show you how to do it, but you can mash the stick, I guess. Oh, I see. So the stance icon thing is switching between firearms, command attacks, and melee weapon. So I guess you use the L1 button to like... Yeah, your stance button will... Like if you have the weapon equipped, it'll be like equipping the weapon. But if you're unarmed, it's like equipping your special moves, basically. Yeah, Yeah, Ostros Wrath and King Colossus both got a fair amount of votes, but Death by Degrees skyrocketed past those games and won the vote handily. Like 30-something% of the votes, I think. I can grab. Well, we'll just we'll come back to this and consult if need be. All right, you can build up combos to get skill points. So I guess if you get higher combos, that's going to give you XP faster. That's kind of interesting. There's swimming. There's going through ducts, climbing ladders, shimming along bars in the ceiling. All right, makes sense. Game kaishi ni ryutoku shiteiru commando waza. All right, so here's a little list of the various moves that we have access to at the start of the game. So all the inputs there are just like left stick, right stick. Not even different directions, really. I guess because it's always going to be flicking towards an opponent. Yeah, we'll just mess around with it. It's not something you can... You're not going to, like, read this and memorize it. Okay, actually, it's interesting. It looks like some moves are actually moving, like, away. Like Divine Cannon. You hold L1, you move the left stick away from the opponent, then towards them, and then right stick towards them. There's some even, like, inputs with a blue arrow, which I guess means either tapping or holding. Here's some other stuff. Okay, R3. You hold L1, you push the stick and click the stick at the same time. That sounds kind of awkward. Oh, here's a little explanation. Okay, yeah, so blue means tap quickly. Arrow means hold. I see. More skills. Okay, yeah, we'll just have this on hand for reference. Here we got some items. Good to know that we can look this up if we need to. Alright, it's pretty good. We get, I'm excited to meet these guys. Quality Namco CG characters. This, like, dude, I fucking love this aesthetic so much. Lana Lay, Bryce Adams, Enrique Ortega, and this guy that made me laugh, fucking Alan Smithy. Lucas Hayes. Maboroshi no Soshiki Kamieta. The mystery organization Kamieta. I guess those are the guys we're infiltrating. Alright. Let's keep this manual in hand. Let's hydrate and get ready. Let me change my display here. We'll hop on over. And we'll get the capture here in a second. There we go. So let's boot up the game. Alright, this game contains scene of grotesque violence and gore. Project Nina. Trillion tons of mayhem. Gotta get the sizzle reel of old cool cutscenes. Fucking love this CG shit. Fingerprint scanning. It's apparently a core mechanic in the game. Alright, got some underground fighting. Smithy. Alright, that was pretty cool. Alright, second intro. I'll just keep going. Benicio del Toro. Alright, sure, why not? The ultimate assassin. Now cutting gameplay footage. What a weird intro. I like the little timer on the combo gauge. Interesting thing that this this game, there could not have been that much time between this game and Urban Reign, but I feel like they're like extremely different. Dude, this looks pretty fucking sick though. Like, they're both games that obviously have close ties to Tekken and kind of incorporate some concepts and ideas from Tekken in, you know, a similar sort of environment where you're fighting multiple enemies, but in like very different ways. Reload. Yeah, got some time crisis in there. These little text things, like, oh, okay, they feel a lot of place. Pastry Fun Tube greetings. Okay, so let me check. Maybe I'm using the wrong prop preset, or maybe this is just like fully designed for overscan. Actually, let me look here real quick. I don't think there's gonna be like no, it's just brightness and moving the screen around. Let me see if I have a... Oh, there we go. Okay. Just had the wrong preset. Let's see if this... I'll do that. That looks better. Editing and music choices remind me of that one Sonic intro. I'm not an expert on modern Sonic games, but that is a somewhat intriguing statement because I can't fathom what Sonic game that like Sonic is not what I was thinking of seeing that intro. Yeah, L1 stands, L2 for X-ray moves, R1 to grab, R2 to reset camera. That's right, map, action. Okay. Okay, so like how quickly you need to input rotation, because there's moves where you like rotate the stick or whatever. Or is this... No, this is dodge. I see. Because you're supposed to flick the stick quickly to do dodge rolls instead of movement. So you can set how sort of sensitive it is, which is good, because that feels like it might be really annoying if it happens. Like if you can't do it on command and if it happens accidentally. both sound annoying. So we'll leave it at normal, but we'll adjust it if need be. Camera controls, normal or inverted. Vibration on. Okay, gotta do the little test. It doesn't vibrate. Okay, this game might not be good. The controller didn't vibrate when I enabled vibration. It's a worrying sign. The intro to Shadow. Okay, well, that I can understand. That I can see. That makes sense. I'm gonna lower this a little bit. Because it looks like the audio levels on OBS are like fucking freaking out. Wait, if I do this... raise it a little bit on my end. I think that's better. But do let me know if audio levels... Alright, so we got subtitles. Enemy health bar displays. Interesting. We'll see. Hopefully the language barrier isn't going to be too much of a impediment for enjoying the game. But we'll see. Oh, there's 16 movies to unlock. That's pretty good. Yeah, well, Shadow the Hedgehog is all about shooting guns, I guess, right? I never played that game. I never had that much interest to. Alright, new game. No difficulty options or anything. Just right into it. Vintage load times.
December 5th, 1945. Weather conditions fair. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Flight 19 departed from the U.S. Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale on a routine training flight and headed east over the Atlantic. At approximately 1900 hours, all contact with Flight 19 was lost. This region, roughly bound by the Florida Peninsula, the Bermuda Archipelago, and the island of Puerto Rico, has been the site of over 100 disappearances. The Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea. 12 of these mysterious regions purportedly exist throughout the world.
Alright, we got some quality vibration now, at least. Redeemed. Steve Bloom has done like 50,000 billion voices and everything. It's never a surprise to hear it. I wonder if the volume settings affect the FMVs. I feel like they probably don't. It's not. This is loud as shit.
Move. Get the hell out of my way.
Yeah, that's 1000% Benicio del Toro.
My, what a lovely nectar you were.
Williams, I'm Alan from MI6. This mission is a joint operation between the CIA and MI6. We'll infiltrate the Amphitrite, a Glafira Corporation cruise ship, and execute a video recon of a meeting held by high-ranking members of a certain organization. Our team consists of 2 sneakers and 1 sweeper. John and I will attempt to infiltrate through the port side deck.
Good spy music. What is the format of this tournament exactly? Oh, the crowd's getting a show. Rip that guy. And that guy.
You will enter the underground fighting tournament being held on board the ship, and then hide yourself and await further orders. Upon mission completion, we'll rendezvous and make our exit. With any luck, we won't need your help, but if the time comes, we'll be counting on you, Sweeper.
I have a feeling things are not gonna go as planned. What's up, Must Me? It's a sexy Splinter Cell. I guess, pretty much, yeah. Got a little bit of Resident Evil, a little bit of Urban Reign, a little bit of Metal Gear. A little bit of everything, from the looks of things. I like that she's not, like, undercover. I mean, I guess it's like, it's not suspicious for her to be there, I suppose, but I don't know. It's funny with her, like, she's just there under her own name, competing in this, like, within this context, highly publicized fighting tournament. But yeah, I'll just do some secret stealth missions on the side. That's pretty good. So are they attacking me because I'm on a secret stealth mission, or because I'm a underground fighting tournament assassin? Whatever. Perform attacks in the direction you move the right stick. The answer is yes. That makes perfect sense, Must Be. That I agree. I agree. Yes. Alright, okay. Focus stick could take any touch that yeah, okay. So move your stick towards an attacking enemy, and you will guard their attacks. No, once is fine. Okay, left stick can be used to dodge. So I'm just like trying to. All right, so it doesn't. Okay, that's pretty good. Like I was worried that flicking the stick to input the roll is going to be very easy to do by mistake, but it seems like even if you're moving the stick very quickly, as long as you continue to hold it, you won't get a dodge. So that's good. Focus stick picking up. Okay, so you'll see a life bar above enemies. And with that, please defeat the enemies. Alright, do that. Alright. That's pretty cool, okay.
Damn.
A lot of good faces. Character design's so good.
She's the champion from last night.
This one's got some fire in her. She won't be easy to tame.
I'll convert her.
Aye. You're gonna mess with this one too. Que lástima.
Take her. Put her in a room. Let's go.
Completely normal, I guess. Also, I like this paved fucking stone temple courtyard aboard this cruise ship. That's definitely quite good.
Get in. Your clothes.
I like that we've had like 1.5 cinematic, 2 seconds of gameplay, and we've already gone through like 3 wardrobe changes. That's pretty sick. Pretty sick. Alright, so now we're in adventure mode. Rooms where the antenna is displayed contain a save point. Alright, so we'll see a little antenna thing show like... yeah, see the little connection bars? When you have 3 bars, that means you can save. I like it. TIA Saksen Hombu no. Tsushin point to this. Okay, so yeah, this is a... we have like... we can get a signal here to contact CIA HQ, so that's how we can save. I like that. See, but this is what I mean, like, as far as the aesthetics, like, framing all the menu stuff as this, like, mission, data, you know, both visually, literally, what the menus look like, but also, like, the context of all this stuff, I feel like reminds me a lot, like, I can see a lot of similarities between how this is designed and what it's meant to kind of evoke. Oh, dude, the load times for each of these, this is horrible, okay. I can feel like pretty strong similarities to games like both Resident Evil and Metal Gear. Nina's memos, okay. Mission 1. Escape your room. This. Oh yeah, the fingerprint. Yeah, so these are like... These are the key cards, basically. Okay. The menu is slow and clunky as shit, but thankfully there is a button. Press triangle, and it'll take you directly to the map screen. That's good, at least. Well, I guess we'll take the scenic route. Load times seem a little dicey.
Williams,
that's fine.
Got a code red. The plan has changed. I need you to go to work.
What about John?
I've lost contact with him. What's your status?
They've locked me up.
There he is! Open fire! First, get out of there. I'll contact you later.
Alright, going full-time crisis over there. If you hold R2, the camera will move behind Nina. You can hold, or you can use the right stick to move the camera around. You move the stick towards an enemy, the camera will lock onto them. Let go of R2 and return to the regular camera. Oh, okay, we got... One of these things, you get the option to invert the camera, and that's great. But you have no idea of knowing... There's no way of knowing whether inverted means correct or inverted. Luckily, we have full options from the pause menu. So, in order to make the camera... In order to make it so that I can look up by pressing up, I have to set the behind-the-back camera to inverted. But at least I get the option. damn it, it fucking inverts the... Oh. Alright, never mind. Now left and right are inverted. That's worse. Mostly because I feel like that's what I'm naturally gonna do more. So we have to live with fucking flight yoke controls. That is what it is. But let me double check something. Yeah, the other camera control seems... That doesn't make sense. You don't control the camera, or is it like inputs? Keep pressing start. Let me just double check that this doesn't... Oh, this is first person view controls. Oh, they're gonna be invert... Oh, boy. Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna look inside or something, but... Looks like I could jump down here, but if I do, I won't be able to go back. Let's explore a little bit more first. Okay, so I can't, like, swing over the ledge. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is, like, you're probably not... Wait, hang on. What? It's not inverted? What the hell's going on? Why was it inverted before? I'll just... Okay, it's good. It's correct now. Was I drunk or something, or did it change? It's correct now. It's the way I want it to be. That's... bizarre. Anyway, let's go. Heroic leap. I feel like surely she should be able to jump back there, but that's okay. I mean, not that I need to. I like the camera. Like, it's a little bit like God of War, I guess. Like, you can have the full camera control, but it's like, it's sort of set camera angle. It shows what needs to be shown. Sometimes it goes for, like, a cooler angle. So far, like 2 seconds in, I just want to see if there's, like, stuff around here, yeah. He seems to do a slightly better job than something like Onimusha 3, which was also, like, transitioning from the static angles of the previous games to a real-time rendering where they have a freer camera view, but the camera is, like... Onimusha 3 had the most annoying camera in the entire series, somehow. Random encounter? But yeah, the camera seems nice in this. And I'm sure for all the, like, the fighting arenas, it's going to be a little more, you know, just kind of Urban Rain-like, a little more, not top-down exactly, but a little more zoomed out view from above. I mean, that's what it seemed like from the opening movie, at least. I mean, the fucking PS2 motion blur is out of control in this game.
Williams, do you read me?
I'm by the pool now. Not your typical cruise ship, is it?
This is their satellite base. Don't expect much hospitality.
Any civilians?
None. Just them.
Well, that simplifies things.
Don't do anything rash. Your reputation precedes you. Are you armed?
I'll manage. So what do you need me to do?
In order to complete the mission, we need to retrieve John's GPS device. It'll enable us to locate our targets. But first, I need you to locate John.
A GPS device?
I'll send you a map of the ship's layout. You can zero in on John's distress signal. It could be a trap, so proceed with caution. I'm counting on you.
Even these scenes seem to have, like, higher audio levels. It's one thing with FMV, like, video clips, you can't, like, adjust the audio. But for sequences like that, too, I don't know. It seemed like they were louder. Yep, we got our full map. I guess that's us. Yeah, poolside. There's a save room. Standard room. Poolside bar. There's no legend, but I'm assuming that red means locked door. So we're gonna have to sneak our way around to enter this blue door over here on the south side. Okay, press R1 to grab. Grab an enemy and press the right stick to throw them in the respective direction. If you press the right stick again during the throw, it'll do a sick grappling technique.
Maximum security level protocols are now in effect. All personnel, do not leave your assigned posts.
Roger.
I've made contact with the enemy.
What the? Yeah, I was trying to see if I could throw them into the water, but oh well. Yeah, you don't really toss them around, I guess. Okay. I guess they didn't pose that much of a threat. Alright, we got 1 skill point. Actually, let me take a quick look at the skill list here. Oh, okay. L1. Jumping, spinning kick. Hunting kick. Great combo. Hold L1. Kneel kick. I was trying to use the L1 button before, but I didn't much success with it. Although I guess I can probably, yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, you stay like, okay. Oh, well, you can still do any direction, I guess. Yeah, the inputs are a little tricky. That's like back, forward, kick, tap forward. That. Oh, yeah, no, you can just hold forward. Okay. Yeah, the inputs are, they can be like really, you don't have to tap very quickly at all. Just tapping and do this little combo. Let me double check again. Let's just see. I'm not trying to like memorize everything, but I just want to kind of get some sense of what I might want to try to do in combat. So this is the... Yeah, this is like the rolling kick, the kneel kick, I guess. Back slicer. That's when you tap. You should almost get it. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if I even managed to do this. Divine Cannon. Yeah, this is the launcher, whatever. Rapid kick. Double tapping, okay. Hunting cutter. 260, okay. We have 600 skill points, okay. I feel like I might want to get used to... Rapid kick 中に繰り出すことができる. Okay, so this is rapid kick combo. Okay, so this is gonna just basically improve quick step. Quick step. Okay, so move closer with a quick step. You hold L1 and do a little dodge. And then grab. This gets very complicated quickly, and it's like kind of an unintuitive. Like I'm not used to. It's one thing if you have a button combination, like oh press you know, square, square, triangle, whatever. Hold R1 and square, triangle. Like that's easier to just. I have some frame of reference for that. But it's like hold L1 to tap left stick and R1 and then right stick. And like the direction, even the input like directions get weird because you move in a whatever direction and then you can attack in a free direction, but you have to do that relative to the directional inputs. Okay, so these are locked behind reaching levels, I see. Ball kick, ivory cutter, like L1 plus right stick and tap a direction. Those are some pretty arcane inputs. I feel like I'll leave this because I'm already like oh, okay, so you do the quick step and you cancel the quick step, you get that low attack, I see. That one must have been the 360 spin. Yep. And there was one that was... Yeah, okay. Okay, so you don't have to do the inputs very quickly. That's if you tap to do the step. And then you press the direction again. And then attack. Secret items over here? Probably not. Okay. Oh, nope. I was gonna say, I guess I can use the free camera, but no, I cannot. Okay, here's the bar. Oh. Can't go inside there, I guess. Bar Jupiter. All right, where do I get reception? Oh, there we go. Over here. I have no idea how, like, checkpoints work. I guess the manual kind of do explain it. It looks like the game keeps track of how many times you've saved. But if we have to start over from where we saved, we might as well save. Yeah, okay. Getting a little weird when the camera switches angles. That was an Onimusha 3 classic for sure. Will there be a Psycho Mantis moment? We'll see. We'll see. Probably gonna have to fight Psycho Benicio del Toro. Alright. Alright, we're gonna learn about neck snapping. Although maybe we were supposed to learn about that last time. Yeah. Sneak up to an opponent behind their back. Press R1. Like walk.
Intruder sighted.
Oh, if my concentration gauge is full, hold R2 or L2 and tap the right stick. Trying to get out of here. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, I got grabbed by an opponent. Okay, I didn't quite understand how I was supposed to do the throw escape. Oh, okay. Well, I think he probably didn't make it. Dude, yeah, it's pretty fucking hard. Okay, I hit low attacks like that. I see, so that knocks him down. There's a lot of dudes here. I mean, I was supposed to, like, snap the dude's neck. I get that, but... Using the same, like, inputs for attacking and blocking is also... feels a little weird. Like, it's a cool system. But I definitely haven't gotten the hang of it yet. Well, we got a lot more skill points that way, I guess. Was it common for games of this era to have this many tutorials? For some reason, I don't remember this starting with PS3 onwards. Half-Life had a pretty extensive tutorial in 1998. It wasn't really integrated in the main game like this, but it had like the boot camp mode. This is 2004. I think this was definitely... you would definitely have a lot of tutorial stuff. I wouldn't say that this was... I would say this was completely normal by 2004. Yeah, and it's explaining the special moves here. Already kind of investigated. But yeah, it's like just a lot to keep track of. Yeah, we're pretty much almost fucking dead. Okay. Military food S. These are our little calorie mate. Okay. Well, we got a lot of skill points, so I guess we'll buy something. But yeah, the thing is, like, trying to remember, like, which direction you're supposed to move which stick and holding L1 and then R1 to grab. Like, I can't just, like, hold a button to go into defensive mode, which I think is cool. Like, it's not a bad idea, but it definitely takes some getting used to, like, being active in, like, defending. This might do a little... Like, even just doing the step to dodge stuff is, it feels quite unnatural. I haven't, like, gotten the hang of it intuitively just yet. For sure. Okay, we're almost leveled up, but we won't get access to new moves at level 2. Wait, so the rapid kick is... That's that. Okay, so this is a grab that you can do off of the rapid kicks. I see, I see. So this is a grab you can do off of the quick step. Like, I won't remember how to do any of this. Fine. So that fucking almost killed us. Like, the problem I had... Well, I guess you can... Yeah, I keep forgetting that you're... Because we came through this door, and then we have to, like, walk towards the camera to sneak up on the guy. But I kind of forgot that, yeah, you can actually... You can stay in third-person camera. So we should have done that to sneak up on him better. I also don't know exactly how much... Like, should I worry about my high heels making noise? Also, what's up, Kibbits? Happy Saturday. Alright, let's unlock this door if we can. Like, the problem to me isn't that it's a long and convoluted move list, per se. But it's because the things that you're supposed to remember, like, aren't... Like, every single one feels kind of alien. Making all of them harder to not just remember, but just like mentally kind of file and sort the it's what I said before, you know, having
shift change.
Having these hopefully they can't see me through this transparent Chain of glass. In a boxing game like Fight Night, or a skateboarding game like Skate, things being a little sloppy and noodly and imprecise feels appropriate. Less so for something like this.
What was that? There's the intruder!
I guess red means they're about to attack. Let's see.
Requesting backup!
I'm trying to take out... But is this the guy with the radio? Is he the guy who's calling for backup? Where the fuck did he go? Yes, he's like waving. He's keeping, like, continuing to spawn new guys. I can't fucking catch up with him. Alright, it's fine to take a death here, I think, just to... Dude, he's so fucking slippery. Jesus Christ. Maybe he doesn't actually fight. Maybe calling for other dudes is all he does. Trying to get the dash grab, or the whatever. One of the moves I unlocked. I don't think I've ever seen this game. Always assumed it sucked. I think it's just like, it's a little quirky, but I think like for a Namco game, I don't know why you would. I mean, I don't mean to judge you personally. I just mean in a general sense. I would never go in with the expectation that it's going to be terrible, because they always have like pretty damn high production values, and like they don't put out terrible games very often, or at least not back then. Yeah, we start from the last time we saved. Wait. Dudes are back? Okay.
Enemy contact.
Yep, okay. Planning the X-ray moves. Can I grab him down there? No. That's so annoying that, like, makes it look like you're... that they're not done. Oh, I mean, I didn't mean to dunk on you or anything, Sangrium. I just mean, I think I always expected it to be, there to be parts of a good game in there. But, I mean, in fairness, I never played it back then either. In fact, I bought it a few years ago and I didn't play it until now, so...
Did you say something?
Dude!
There's the intruder!
Didn't even get one of them. I at least corner this dude? Guess not. Take care of business. I guess I won't unlock that door, because we'll just have to fight more dudes. But I have to unlock the moves again, because I died. Not that I was able to do any of them before, but... So yeah, so L1 plus tap left stick, that's doing the little quick step. And then press R1 to grab, and then tap a direction twice. So basically it's me, like, it lets you grab from a quick step, I guess. But I don't know if the actual bone-breaking move is going to be any different than it would have been just grabbing. But R1 plus left, I guess that means... it's a different type of grab, or grabbing in a different direction, maybe? Although, I don't know. No, wait. Left stick plus right. Okay. No idea how that makes anything different. R1 and right stick during the rapid kicks. I don't want to try this, but I don't really get it.
It's time for a shift change.
These new enemies are gonna spawn anyway. Okay, I meant to bring the map. Okay. Just leave. And okay. My clearance level is not high enough. Well, for what it's worth, Base Refund Tube, I don't think, like, I wouldn't pay... Like, fucking Urban Rain got terrible reviews as well, and that game is incredible. Like, I don't mean to say, like, oh, game journalists are stupid. I think that's an incredibly dumb talking point. But, I don't know, fucking GTA always get high review scores, and those games are boring as shit to me, so... Critical consensus is interesting. It's interesting from an academic standpoint to see what the perception was of a game when you go back to it. But I never, knowing myself well enough, I know that my tastes and opinions rarely align with general consensus. So if I learn that a game is poorly received, it's typically only going to make me more interested in playing it than less. But I also think, like, I mean, in a way, it makes sense to say, comparing this to something like Devil May Cry. But it's also kind of a different type of game, and it's not like this is like behind the curve or anything. Like, it's trying a different thing. Like, the control scheme is pretty unusual. And it's you know, it's innovative, just not necessarily great. But it could also be like really good if you get the hang of it, but it might just be kind of unintuitive. Now, the games could have all kinds of other problems, of course, too, but I don't know. But I don't mean to attribute what you're saying to your personal tastes and opinions. I think reporting on what the current state was, I don't think you're wrong at all. But at the same time, like, I think as of my experience with this game right now, it's like I can tell that this is a game that needs more time for you to get the hang of it. And you know, it might never click. It might click after a while. Oh, we'll see. It's too early to say anything at this point. Alright, you need clearance level A1. Alright, can I hide in here? There's no, like, crouching or anything, I don't think. Okay, so maybe I was supposed to have to fight these guys anyway. now I'm sneaking. Mineral soda. Oh, okay. Camera's a little... Jesus Christ, I did not realize he was standing right there. I thought there was another guy over here, but okay.
We've spotted the intruder.
Oh! The fuck? Where did these guys come from? It's kind of tricky because you can't, like, commit to other attacks. Well, you can't block if you're in the middle of attacking, basically. I thought the door moved, but... So I'm gonna guess that the mineral soda, whatever it's called, mineral water probably refills your... Yeah, refills your concentration meter. I'll use one of these. So it's probably safe at this point to unlock this door. Because it looks like that shift changed. I thought that was just like because I came back to the room. But it happened after 2 seconds when I was still in the room anyway. Just in the off chance that having this door unlocked is going to help us. But yeah, I mean, I think the issues that might be plaguing this game in the grand scheme of things are not necessarily with the combat. I mean, we'll see how that holds up. But my first impression of this is that the pacing of it is like kind of rough.
Did you hear that? Spotted the intruder.
Okay. Also, I guess the enemies were just gonna respawn regardless, so I guess I was wrong. But let's take out this radio guy. Alright, got a 9mm submachine gun. Probably gonna help. Alright, so let's try to read this again. When you're grabbed by an opponent... Alright, so... press the left stick in the direction from which you are being grabbed. And when you're like when you're about to be thrown, press the right stick towards the opponent. And if your timing is good, you can escape, like whatever the fuck that means. No fucking escaping inside the elevator, so... Oh, right. Hey, there we go. Actually got the move. Alright, we're doing the full chain throw. Sure. Items fucking disappear so quickly. But I guess that means items are likely to continue to spawn. So that's good. Holding to hold R2, like it's, I don't know, a lot of the controls just take a significant amount of getting used to. Look, there's an item here. Okay, yeah, more calorie mates. fact you can get killed pretty quickly. I mean, I have a bunch of healing items now, I guess, but it's like makes the pressure of finding save point. I don't know. For a game like this, and for a game of 2004, it feels a little strange to me that there aren't checkpoints. Like, I feel like I shouldn't have to reload my save game, essentially. Like, yeah, the game is saving me the trouble of literally going to the main menu, picking load game, and loading the save file. But I'm starting from when I last saved. I feel like the game could very easily have me respawn at the start of the room. Okay. Take care of that guy.
It's the intruder.
Resident Evil 4 was 2005. Stuff. I tried to go up the ladder before, but there we go. Hard rock bongos. Yeah, RE4 it has like levels and checkpoints, and like you just all right. We need a hexagonal crank, I guess. But the thing is, like, I wouldn't even compare it to those games necessarily, because ultimately I don't think this game is as much about the tension of resource management in a restricted situation, you know? Like, I would think of this more as an action game. Where having checkpoints would make more sense, I feel like. Like, it's so instinctive to try to use the right stick to look around. You can do, but you have to hold the R2 button, otherwise you start kicking.
It got me pinned.
Wonder if I can knock down that ladder on the other side. And she doesn't climb that quickly, does she? Oh, I can't hold the run button. I like that she goes into a crouching stance to show you that you're like sneaking. Alright, am I gonna snipe? Is this gonna be our sniper mission tutorial to help that guy? Had a feeling. I think this game is cool so far, but like I'm ever so slowly getting a little bit more of a hang of the combat. There's a lot of loading and like some slow transitions. Even something like unlocking the door, having to go through the load screen.
Do something quick.
Before I could access the other door to unlock it. Like, it's just a little bit of clunk. L1 button. Take cover and reload. Alright, it's full Time Crisis controls here. That's pretty sick. R1 to shoot. Right stick to aim. No, okay, left stick to move the scope, right stick to zoom in and out. What? Something about pressing the shot button lightly. Okay, I don't exactly understand what that means, but My danger meter was up too high. Bullets are pretty fucking slow for how close this is. A little bit of a radar. Oh. There's a danger meter. Maybe he's in danger, not me. Oh, someone shot me, I think. I took damage. This is a little bit confusing. Like, danger's going down when I do that. Here's the red dots. They're about to shoot me. How is this guy taking cover? Like, he's right in Alan's line of fire. Well, luckily I can shoot right through that metal. Always just shoot twice. Or 3 times, I guess. Hitting the head works, I suppose. Clear, okay. Yeah, that was not super exciting. Just went on for a little too long.
Thanks. You're pretty good.
Oh, pretty good. Well, I guess I won't be needing that. In fairness, she's traveling light, I guess. Which is kind of cool. I like that. I think that's a fun thing in games where you're like, when you're not stockpiling guns, but you just like, you pick them up to use them and then you drop them and then you pick up the next one or whatever. Okay, so let's...
Intruder detected. All units, stay sharp.
Roger.
Wish I could slide down here. Want to inspect the other ladder. Oh, there's even the save point. Okay, it's not what I was expecting, but... Save instead of knocking down the ladder. Alright. We saved. I think that's a good opportunity to take a short break. Been going for a bit over 2 hours, so gonna go stretch, take a quick bathroom break, etc. We're back shortly with more Death by Degrees. See you guys in just a little bit. All right. I'm back. And good to go. Oh, I see. We leveled up to level 2. So if you look at our purple concentration gauge, we now have multiple segments. I guess that means we can probably do multiple bone-breaking hits, because we saw that in the intro. I guess being able to do like multiple hits on the same person, which I guess you're probably going to need for more tanky opponents. We'll see. We'll see. We have a shit ton of skill points. Once we reach level 3, we're going to have access to new moves. Well, one new move. I don't know if we need to hold on to our points, but... So this is the grab from the dash, and this is... from... Wait. Holding L1, direction... Like, the ivory cutter was the one, yeah. L1, right stick, click in direction. Dude, it's so hard to go up one step. It'll just like keep scrolling. Yeah, the jumping spin kick can take up multiple opponents. This is like tricky to do for some reason. Hunting cutter. Okay. Well, I guess, I mean, we're doing well on points, so far I don't feel bad about just getting everything, but I still want to pay some attention here to what it is we're unlocking. Basically, this means like grabbing off of a dash, and it'll, I guess, do a different move. So, it's not gonna look any different. Yeah. Oh, wait, so I'm holding the right stick down. Okay, I see. Oh, that's a little awkward. Let me just double check one more thing. Like, these animations are so slow, it's quite annoying. Yeah, okay, so this is the... I don't know, kick him in the nuts, I guess. This is the ivory cutter. Rapid kick. Oh yeah, the back forward kick, which launches them. Back slicer. Oh, that's the low kick. Oh, it even says. I don't know that I would describe it as an Ushiro Mawashigeri, but like a spinning back kick. But it's a low kick that'll, unless I did it completely wrong before, but of the quick step, you do an attack, and it knocks them down, which it says there. Yeah, do a forward roll, do a kick, yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, and... Right. We could climb down the other side here, right? Yeah. Looks interactable. Direction. Oh. Ah, okay. It's a hexagonal crank. I thought we were supposed to use it here, but no, we just picked it up. We could use that hatch. Climb. There, like, just a lot of things that are a little bit slower than I feel like you would want them to be. But that's me climbing with the run button held. I feel like there are no, like, modern games that have climbing ladders like that don't have a way to just slide down the ladder. feels pretty good once you get the hang of it. Now, where was that map? Okay, I just go around back. Wait, are there stairs here? Yeah, there were. Okay, well, fight this guy, I guess.
I've located the intruder.
Why? Because he had a gun. Throw escapes seem fucking impossible. Okay, sure. I'll just freeze him right there. That up. Okay, that was cool. I really don't know what I did there. I guess I hit a fucking pressure point and I just froze him in place. Works for me. Okay. We definitely... There was a hatch somewhere. Was it up that first ladder? I don't know. We'll get there eventually. Is this back in that first room? I guess it would be. Yeah, okay. So now that that elevator in the middle is locked. Okay, well, I guess we're going back. Before we trigger another fight here. 2 skill points. It's funny, you would think successfully sneaking up on someone, taking them out without a fight, would give you more skill points than failing and having to punch and kick for 2 minutes. But whenever I do a fight with several enemies, I get like several hundred skill points.
Show yourself.
Oh, there we go. The range for the stealth grab is pretty far. A little hard to see. Okay, well, let's go back to the other side, because I guess there's a ladder there somewhere. We can go inside here. Whoops. Let's try to move the camera around. There we go. Yeah, so I guess like when you're using the first or the third person camera, you can just run by holding the stick. But with the regular camera, you have to hold X to run. Yeah, the controls get a little confusing. Use the handle, yes. See, I didn't have to go to the inventory. Use the right stick. Okay. To like pick the items. That was a nice bit of streamlining. All this can be avoided. Guards learn to tech a 1+3. Dude, if I could tech a 1+3, I'd be happy. But in Tekken, you press a button. Here, I have to, like, flick 2 analog sticks in the correct direction with the right timing. And the game is just like, oh, do it with the right timing and you'll do it. It's like, what the fuck's the right timing? And it's like, when you get it wrong, it's impossible to tell why you're getting it wrong. Because there's obviously no kind of feedback of any kind. You just get held there for a minute. Okay, when you're below a pipe, etc., you can press circle to grab onto it. Press circle again to drop down. I wonder if I needed to go inside, like take this route to get inside here. Maybe that other door would have been locked. Well, there's a little shiny thing to interact with over there anyway. Film reels? I don't know. Let's grab this. File. Entered into database. Alright, it's security report. Okay, so it's about clearance levels. You need the right clearance level to get inside the whatever secure area. There are also personal codes. Use personal codes to lock your locker, I guess. In case of emergency, the atrium elevator will be changed to level A2 clearance. I guess it's a different clearance otherwise. About Shrock, greetings. Happy Saturday. This game came out in 2004. It's seems pretty cool. It's a little difficult to play due to the controls, and it's a little peculiar, but it's an interesting game. Great presentation, as you would expect from Namco. Alright, someone left dry suits here. Guess this is where they got John. IR goggles. Military use. Infrared goggles, okay. Get a file folder of some kind. An instruction manual for our IR scope. Okay, that's good. They left that on the floor. Infrared equipment system. Okay. Right, for maintenance use. Okay, you need A1 clearance. Probably not to use the item or anything, but... Oh, there's a save point. Well, might as well save. Got reception to the CIA headquarters here, so we can save. At least save points seem really frequent, but that might be an early game thing. You know, that was kind of like that in Chase the Express, right? The save points ended up being a little more infrequent towards the end. Yeah, I never played Nina in any of the Tekken games. I never like cared that much for her. Like I never minded her. I never disliked her, but I was never like she never really interested me as a character in those games. I think she makes as a fine protagonist for a game like this. If you think of a Tekken spin-off game.
Williams, be careful. This is no ordinary ship.
It's not a weird choice. No ordinary ship. This is a Resident Evil ship. Got a full mansion, stone temples, locked doors, traps, I'm sure. Everything you could ask for. Sick guitar riffs. Alright, so we need some kind of security clearance here, obviously. Okay. I get the option here, but I would assume that if I try to use the elevator... Is this the atrium elevator, maybe? A1. Yeah, I mean, obviously we have no security clearance, so I would not expect any fingerprint. Like, what possible fingerprint scanner could there be that's like, oh, you're just a person. Confirmed human. Yeah, sure, we'll open this door. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh, there's a Gar standing over there. Yeah, okay, we need our IR scope here. Oh, sick. She's got it equipped. Okay. Oh, okay, so that I was like, wait, I just took like 20% health. But yeah, for shit like this, like it's having to sit through a load screen, and then we have to load, like, we don't continue from there. Like, there's no checkpoints. Seemingly. Anyway. Well, admittedly, I was not paying attention to that pattern. So that I was like, after that first step, okay, I go down here for. I was like, I guess I'll move forward past this crossing, but that was probably not the right choice. Like, I wouldn't pick Tekken in, or Nina in Tekken, but for a game like this, I think she's a cool character. But I'm a lot more interested in the novelty of
This is no ordinary ship. It's laid out
like playing as her specifically isn't like the main appeal to me, I guess. But the novelty of a Tekken like action adventure spin-off is awesome. And for what it's worth, I think like just in terms of costume design and whatever, I think she's like cooler here than she's been in more of the modern Tekken games, at least. Like, I don't really like the way she looks, like just her outfits. Like she's got various kinds of purple bodysuits, but she's had kind of the same look, like most characters in Tekken. Like from Tekken 5 onwards, had a lot of the same designs, and I didn't like her Tekken 5 costume, but I like her purple jumpsuit in this game. Okay, we can take this route, I guess. I think this dress looks cool too. She looks cooler here than in some of the other Tekken. It's like her wedding dress in Tekken 7. I liked her alternate costume in Tekken 5 a lot though. Okay, so try to go past this here instead. Alright, not being an idiot proved helpful. Let's track after Tekken 3. I guess I should say also, like, Tekken is a game... I enjoyed Tekken 2 and Tekken 3. I've dabbled in Tekken 5 a tiny bit in Tekken 7, but by and large, like, my enjoyment of Tekken has only decreased as I've learned more about them, which is not an indictment of the games, but more so like, correlates more to my having a better understanding of what I'm interested in and what I like in fighting games. I'm just not a huge fan of a lot of the systems and stuff in Tekken. Like, I much prefer Virtua Fighter, but I also generally play more 2D fighters. But I always thought, like, you know, they've always had very polished aesthetics and cool characters and stuff, so I enjoy them in that sense. But when back in, like, Tekken 2, Tekken 3 days, I didn't know what I was doing, just pressing buttons, and the characters were cool, so that was enjoyable. But Tekken 5 was, like, the first Tekken that I tried to learn a little bit more, and I got sort of more exposed to the depth of the game, and it, with a little bit of better understanding, came realization that, like, I'm not super into this. But I do think Tekken 7 is a great game, and I think it's the most accessible and fun and engaging that Tekken has been since, like, Tekken 3, probably. Definitely since Tekken 5. So it's definitely a good game. But it's not my favorite of fighting games by any stretch. Not keen on buffering my chickens. Well, it's more about, like, the feel of certain things. Like, it's also, like, a very... the game obviously is going to change at a higher level. All fighting games do. But when you're, like, trying to learn... Like, Tekken has a really big sort of knowledge check kind of aspect to it, where you have to know enemies, opponents, like, strings. There's a lot of, like, high-low kind of fake mix-ups. They're not mix-ups, but, like, if you don't know what a character's strings look like, you can't intuit or guess if you need to block high or low, and you can get blown up super easily for just not having that knowledge of recognizing a string and knowing how to block it, which, like, it just feels like a very large hurdle to get over at, like, a amateur level. I never really liked some of the systems and how it, like, Wake Up and Okizeme, which is much better in the newer games, but in the older Tekken games, like when you get a knockdown, you get a mix-up on your opponent, and you can basically prevent them from standing up. So you can spend the majority of a round on your back trying to stand up and not be allowed to, just like being bullied by your opponent. And that's just a kind of mix-up situation that is inherently frustrating and annoying to deal with, in my opinion. And just like the look and feel of the juggle combos and stuff, probably even more so with the extended bound combos from 6 onwards, just be a little... I'm not a huge fan. But I really enjoy watching Tekken 7. Tekken 7 is like the first Tekken that I really enjoyed watching tournament matches. Tekken 6 and Tag 2, especially Tag 2, I try to get into. But Tag 2 was not a game that was very well liked by tournament players either, for a lot of reasons. I mean, it was like, it was not poorly received, but people kind of soured on it. And yeah, that game had like a gigantic roster, so it was like the knowledge check stuff was like kind of even worse in that game. But also a lot of the tag mechanics led to stuff that was not super well liked. But even like sort of enjoying the games and trying to get into them, a lot of the time I've struggled to sort of get excited watching. But Tekken 7 I think is really good at like legitimately making Tekken fun to watch in a way it hasn't been in a long time. So I enjoy Tekken. I don't dislike it. Whenever Tekken 8 is announced, I might buy that. Like if it has actual endings and shit, which Tekken 7 didn't. I've always found stuff to enjoy in Tekken, I guess I should say, but I've never been, as far as fighting games that I want to take seriously and practice and get into, that's never really been where I've been focused. And yeah, sorry, someone asked, like, where was the Tekken series when this game came out? This came out in 2004. So the American version of this advertises on the box that it contains a demo for Tekken 5. I'm not sure if it's included in the Japanese version. It didn't seem like it from the menu. So I don't know if it was on a bonus disc or if it's an unlockable thing or something. We might find out eventually. But Tekken 5 was 2005. And so this was reasonably close to the release of Tekken 5. Tekken 4 had been out for a few years. Because I think Tekken 4 was 2002. It might have been 03. But I would suspect it was 02 because 03 would be very late considering... like it might even have been 2001, but I'm not sure. Because Tag Tournament was a launch game for PS2, the PS2 version in 2000. But it had already been out in arcades before then, because Tekken Tag Tournament in the arcade was an upgrade, like an add-on to Tekken 3. So they would have probably have already been working on Tekken 4, so 01, 02, something like that. Actually, I guess we were yesterday's stream. We were reading through the November 2002 issue of Arcadia magazine, and that had like arcade popularity rankings and stuff, and Tekken 4 was on there, but it was not super high in the list because Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution had just come out, whatever. So yeah, Tekken 4 would probably have been a little bit earlier then. What's up, Cody? Happy Saturday. 10 more XP and we'll get to level 3, and then we'll be able to unlock whatever this is. This, a crest. Okay, we can poke it. Okay. The fingerprint scanner. Maybe it'll pull an alarm or something if we... Like, we don't have any clearance, so... I feel like we're gonna have to get that sorted. So there's definitely dudes around here somewhere. Like standing in an awkward spot where I can't really sneak up on him.
Did you hear that?
Can't sneak.
I guess it was nothing.
in third-person camera because you'll always run.
Enemy contact.
Trying to remember my fucking moves. Try the Tonfa. Dude, fucking radio guy. Oh, there we go. When you get the block right, it's really satisfying. I think you just have to be a little more slow and methodical to the combat because you can't cancel any of your attacks with a block. So you basically have to commit to blocking. Okay, just giant empty space. Well, there's a bar over there. Let's see what's... I don't even know if I'm supposed to be here, but... But, yeah, I've been, like, talking about other shit, so now I already forgot my moves. Because I can do... What was the... Oh, yeah, that's right. I have to tap it the second time. And then I can do a grab off of that. But I can also do... Alright, okay. The door? Yeah. Ocean Blue Cafe. Alright, something's glowing over there. Wait, something's glowing over here. Yeah, I keep forgetting to use my bone breaking moves. The X-ray moves, whatever. Shaker? Yeah, cocktail shaker. Aha. I guess there's fingerprints on it. But I don't think I have a fingerprint scanner. What the hell's this? Giant can of hot dogs? L-size military rations. Hell yeah. Military food L. Cakes and shit. Let's check our inventory if we have one. See if we have a scanner. Keeping it in her back pocket, I guess. Nope. Oh, this is our list of our fingerprint database. Yeah. Well, I guess we're gonna have to meet up with Alan or something. Or find, by some means, find a way to scan those fingerprints. There's a blender. That's probably also, like, gun ammo. What's this? Something about rats and ducts. Yep. Fingerprints on this. W, I guess, but there's a save point in here, so... Oh, what's this? Rat meat. I wonder how they're using this. But yeah, there's something about the, Okay, there's a rat recipe. I thought I misread it about the rat meat. Something about catching rats, but no, I guess they're catching rats to use the meat. Alright, it's 4 servings. We read 500 grams of rat meat. Balsamic vinegar. Soy sauce. Ninniku? I'm not sure what it is. Herbs and butter. Okay, sure. I like this animation. Garlic. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Add some garlic, herb, and butter to anything. Okay, maybe the save room is inside here. Wait, can I... I didn't even think about it. Like, is there a way for me to break the box? Like, well, I have fucking attacks, don't I? Yeah, there we go. Sure, let's call CIA headquarters, report our latest rat meat findings, and save our game. Go down. Sure. Like, inspect the room, because you never know. Okay, probably don't want to poke my finger into that. But we'll check out this briefcase. Okay. Burst firing semi-automatic handgun. Can't carry any more weapons. Also, by the way, I mentioned that I played this a little bit before. This is definitely further than I've ever played this game. I think I played through the first, like, enemy encounters, basically, when I first tried this. A couple years ago. Okay. There's a vent there. I was gonna say, we're probably gonna have to go inside, because... Figure we don't have clearance here. Yeah. Yeah, just gotta enter a room and see what's around. But here, for the most part, it's just, I want to find, like... If there's an enemy I'm supposed to sneak up on, the game doesn't seem to typically present the camera angle in such a way to make that easy. So I have to check. Okay, okay? Is that a fingerprint scanner? Looks like it might very well be. But I'm guessing I can't... I can, like, move and turn. That seems to be the only... Oh, okay. Press the map button. Oh, I have to figure out how to get to there. But I suspect the game might be pretty linear anyway. It turned, like, isn't where I came from, is it? Looks like there were suitcases and shit. I may have confused myself with how many times I turned around. No, this is a different room. Good. Tactical holder. Oh, okay, you can hold more weapons. Melee weapons, I guess. Locked from the outside. Huh. Okay. I was supposed to be able to grab that thing. I was trying to pressing buttons or like looking down with the right stick or something to see if I could go down through the grates. But there might be other paths that we haven't explored yet. I'm not sure. Seem to be able to do anything there. I guess we didn't necessarily explore the entirety of the atrium. We went inside this little bar. Someone broke it with a gun. Oh, there's smoke coming off it. Maybe I can shoot the electric thing in the other room. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. We'll give that a try. Why not? That's why there was a gun there. Yeah, I noticed the blood. Pretty conspicuous. Supposed to... I guess that's John's blood, maybe? We can probably... since we get some fingerprints, we can hopefully get A1 clearance. Realistically, there'd be more of that where I've killed... Well, I don't know. I've been breaking necks and punching dudes. I haven't been, like, cutting them open or anything. Okay, so can I conceivably... That's silly. I don't think there's, like... Well, actually, is there if I do this? No, there's no, like, aiming or shooting. It doesn't seem like that's going through here anyway. Okay. I guess this is probably not locked by that electrical thing anyway. But I was just thinking, since that was broken in the other room. It didn't seem like I'd be able to just crawl through there, but maybe. I wouldn't have thought that shooting this with a gun would necessarily have been the solution, given that guns are limited. Even though there was one in the room, like, is that going to respawn? I don't know. It's one of these things, like, when you're early on in the game, it's hard to get a sense for... Oh, nice, I can run in here. You don't know what the game's... what the rules kind of are for how puzzles and obstacles are designed. So you have to kind of get a feel for that first. I'm enjoying getting into the atmosphere of things, though, and trying to, like, get a sense for it. Yeah, because it was like, can I just, like, climb up here and go through? But you just interact with these things. That doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, I can't hold anything. And I can't get out here because I don't have clearance. Alright, well, I guess we're going back then. Maybe we're just meant to see that there's a that there is a fingerprint scanner there. Oh shit. Alright, we set loose a box of rats. But maybe that was a puzzle. M-size military food. Maybe maybe the rats are gonna chew on something to open up. Again, there's like no way of knowing what we're gonna be asked for here, so we might as well just take a quick look back down there and see if anything may have changed. At least those breakable boxes seemed to stand out a little bit. Like, I don't hope anyway, that we're gonna have to be like extremely vigilant in our, like, trying to look for and try and see like what's, like, what I can kick to see if there's like stuff to break and interact with. It's also, of course, entirely possible that there's nothing to that. There was something written in that other note about rats and vents. Maybe we set them free and they chew this thing up. I don't think that would be the case. Like, I don't think they would set it up that way because it would be too easy to, like, have done that without seeing this or understanding that it would be connected. But before we can fully, like, determine that we're not getting anything done here, we'll take a look here one last time. Goes dinner, yeah. I'm not, you know, I could go for something other than rat, but I am definitely getting a little hungry. Yeah, nothing seems to change here. Like how Neverwinter Nights highlights interactable stuff. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting thing that like I think that's very like modern games do that a lot. Depends on the type of game, but I think it comes from like, you know, if you look at the original Resident Evil, like everything is pre-rendered, and a lot of the time they have to add this little animated glare because they can't even really visibly represent the object in the screen, like in the game world at all. So they need some way for it to stand out. And it turns out that like, hey, that works really well to highlight stuff. And the higher fidelity rendering you get, like the more difficult it's going to be for interactable elements to stand out, both because you will have less and less of a distinction between the visual quality of the actual gameplay relevant interactive objects and like background. But also because with higher level of detail, you just get more clutter. There's more stuff. So it's always going to be more difficult for anything to stand out. So you need like ways to sort of work around that. But I think the most extreme example probably of that kind of thing, or the most like extreme is maybe not the right word for it, but the most here, yeah. Relevant? I don't know. Like where that gets kind of to a point is with point and click adventures. Oh right. Didn't see him grabbing me. Okay. Trying to use the jumping spin kick. This aroma oil. How's that do? Yeah, we have a lot of healing items now, at least. Ah, okay. If you use this for 60 seconds, your concentration gauge will refill 20% faster. Well, I can go down here, I guess. Like with point and click adventures, definitely in a lot of older games, it's like fairly explicitly part of the game's challenge to figure out like what you're supposed to be able to click on. Commonly referred to as pixel hunting, where it's like you're not engaging with the story, you're not engaging with the characters, like figuring out clues and solving riddles and puzzles. Like you're just interacting with the game in a very abstract sense, trying to understand. Like you're not inhabiting the character solving the puzzle of the world. You're trying to figure out the game designer's challenge of what pixel did they intend for me to click. And I feel like that was probably somewhat controversial even back then, but it's I would say largely considered a absolute taboo nowadays. And in fact, most point and click adventures in the last, I don't know, 10 to 15 years, including re-releases of old classic games, like will generally have a feature that highlight those interactive, like whatever you can click on. Simply because it's been kind of agreed upon, I suppose, broadly, that like that's not an interesting part of the challenge.
Enemy contact.
Radio guy. Nope, no request for you. Or Ultima 6, yeah. Ultima gets pretty crazy, building your fucking houses out of loaves of bread and shit. It's interesting in a way, like theoretically, but it's not the kind of thing I'm terribly excited about engaging with either. Like, I like for games to be streamlined in such a way that the most actually interesting and engaging parts kind of float to the top. Like, there's a great value to, I think, filtering and sifting out, like, the parts that only add kind of cruft. Like, that said, in a lot of games, having that density, whether it's, you know, knives and forks, or whether it's systems, or having, you know, pixel hunting in a point-and-click game, like, it can be different sort of manifestations of a similar idea, where you're asking the player as a part of the challenge. Okay, there's no power, but I can climb down. Or just leap. You know, you're asking the player to make a judgment call on, like, is this important? Is that important? Like, having noise for the player to have to sift through to find the signal, so to speak. I think that's perfectly valid game design, but depending on what it is, if too much of it can very easily make it harder to find the fun parts of the game, and it's designing games that are kind of deliberately frustrating and challenging is a very fine tightrope to walk, I think. It's cool when you get it right, and it's obviously going to be extremely subjective to, you know, different people, what they enjoy. But I guess I find it, like, I'm more interested in the design of, or like, how you approach designing something to elevate the parts that are interesting and surfacing it to people who might not have naturally been inclined to find those parts, I guess. I don't know. I'm floating off into space here with my theorizing. Let's try to get back on Earth. And reports. Yeah, it's, I guess, a security report about the infiltrators or whatever. Yeah. 2 a.m. Infiltrators appears to have accessed the main server. Access point is unknown, but they might have accessed it from some part that I can't read. Something about the ducts. I don't think we're gonna be... I don't think we're... Like, it's kind of like Chase the Express or Resident Evil or whatever. I have a feeling that being able to read every detail in these files is not going to be important for our ability to progress. It's a bit of flavor text, it'll add some context, but it's not ultimately going to be crucial, I don't think. You should get excited about realism. I mean, that's true for sure. Like, there's something to be said for novelty, and it's easy for us to say now that pixel hunting in point-and-click games are... like, is an obviously bad thing, but it's... that comes from decades of experience. And when, in the 80s, when you first started seeing point-and-click adventure games, you wouldn't have seen it in those terms, because just the fact that you have a mouse cursor that you can move around and click to interact stuff was novel and exciting. There was no frame of reference. And PC games and just using computers in general was a far more kind of complicated endeavor to begin with. So anyone having access to those types of games would already have been used to a certain level of not just complexity, but like problem solving and friction in trying to get what you want done. And I think a lot of that stuff will also color like the novelty of something being new and different, the lack of a refinement of like not having seen or done these things over and over. Like all that plays into it as well, for sure. Like, it's not like sifting through stuff was by definition less tedious back then, but you would have a different perspective on it because just the sheer novelty of it would like be so overwhelming, kind of, that whether it's annoying or not didn't even really enter the equation. How did I come to read Japanese so well? I wouldn't say that I'm really good at reading Japanese, but I studied Japanese in university for a couple of years. I lived in Japan for a year, about 15, 16 years ago at this point. I can sort of kind of carry a conversation on a basic level anyway. As far as games go, I would say I can read enough to get by for the most part, but I wouldn't describe myself as fluent by any stretch. Well, text adventures are a different thing. Those are cool too, but talking about like highlighting items on a screen and pixel hunting, text adventures aren't exactly relevant to that conversation. But that is what I mean. Relative to text adventures, the fact that you had a mouse cursor and could click and physically interact with stuff on the screen was incredibly novel. So having, like, being able to find the right pixel was almost an exciting challenge that, like, was just completely a different type of challenge than you would have in a text, you know, parser-driven game. But then, you know, you have the Sierra adventures where the challenge becomes, like, interpreting 3 black pixels in a little cluster and understanding that it's, oh, that's a universal translator. I better pick this up because I might need it an hour from now. And if I don't have it, there will be no hints as to this being what I missed. I played and enjoyed a lot of Sierra games growing up, but I wouldn't say that I'm a big fan of their design. Like the puzzle design. Willie the Worm, greetings. Welcome, welcome. Not being able to solve a puzzle was part of the deal back then. Yeah, for sure. Like, especially, I mean, if you look at the game we're playing now, it's 20 years old, right? So, in like, mainstream games, so to speak, like, this would have been marketed to a broad audience, right? This is not a niche game by any stretch, like, in terms of how it was developed and marketed. It's niche now, but it wasn't specifically designed to appeal to a particular hardcore niche audience or anything. In 2002 versus 2022, like, games made for a general audience will have a lot of things that are done in a different way. But if you compare 2002 with, like, 92 or 82, yeah, it's like things change a lot in terms of accessibility and whatever else. And I would say nowadays, it's sort of a generally understood that if you, like, start playing a single player game, you are expected to make it to the end and finish the game. And I would say if you compare 1992 with 2002, by 2002, we were a little bit closer to that point, but I would still, like, if you had to make some kind of a binary divide of whether you as a player expect to kind of have signed a contract that says, like, I will get to see the ending eventually. I just have to have patience and perseverance and I will get there. I might not even need that much patience. Like, I think by 2002, we were still on the other side of that divide compared to now. Because you still had games that were pretty tough and challenging. You might still have games that had, if not lives and continues, although I'm sure that happened too, at least have, like, save points and checkpoint systems that weren't, like in this game there are no checkpoints. We can save frequently, but if you die you have to load your save. There's no, like, auto saves and checkpointing and that kind of thing. So designing for like for failure in a way is definitely something that has changed a lot over time. Been living in Japan for a long time. Lazy about kanji. Yeah, my reading is better than my listening comprehension for sure, and my speaking and writing we shouldn't even start on. I haven't done any kind of studying in a long. I mean, this is what I do for study basically. And if I get really ambitious, I'll bust out some. I mean, I was gonna say a dictionary when I'm reading manga or something. I use online dictionary functions all the time. Whether I'm reading or writing, but I don't like, I use it to look up kanji, to look up words and phrases, but I don't, like, make note of it and study and try to memorize stuff. I should, but that's a lot of work. catch up. Yeah, like I think during like the PS2 kind of generation, like I think you can play early 360 games and they don't feel like modern. They feel like games that aren't like in our current, like, oh, this is what a modern game is. Like I remember when God of War came out, and that game has like very constant checkpointing, and like you never really like lose progress whenever you die, and that felt really refreshing. And it's like, you know what, this is what games like this should be. Like, this is so nice. Why have games up until this point not been this nice about this? It just makes the game more fun. Teddy Brothers, thank you for the follow. And I think you can look at that original God of War and see a lot of stuff that feels very modern about it, but there's other parts of it that feel incredibly not dated, but like distinctly of a different time period. And same thing with like you know, early 360 PS3 games. They are still like at least one foot still left in the design conventions of like the previous console generation, because of course like those things aren't going to change like that just because a new console comes out. But getting into like slightly later 360 stuff, at that point, you really have like all these little things about control schemes becoming like, that's a big thing. Like control schemes, like you can play an early 360 game and it'll be like, you know, press X to shoot your gun and use the triggers to rotate the camera left and right or something. You'd never see that in a game today, right? It's universally understood that if you move around a character on screen, the left stick should move the character, the right stick should move the camera. If you're firing a gun, you're going to use the triggers, you know, to the point where you can pick up a modern game, not look at the instructions, and probably intuit the controls. That is a big thing. The other thing I would say is like the expectation that the player will not only not have access to a printed manual, there will be no printed manual for the player to have access to. So all the crucial information will be presented in the game. Stuff like there will definitely be subtitles in dialogue. Any crucial information that the player needs, they will be able to access that information at any time. They don't need to, like, there's not going to be a situation where the player can miss crucial information because they were in the bathroom, or they didn't pay attention, or they forgot what a character said and stuff like that. And I remember, like, even the first Assassin's Creed in 2007 didn't have subtitles. They even made a joke about it in Assassin's Creed 2, that, like, the Animus has subtitles now, or whatever. So even at that point, but I would say, like, somewhere around, you know, the midpoint is like 2010-ish, like somewhere around there is when a lot of those things started becoming more homogenized and more standardized. And I think that's like if there's one thing that sort of symbolizes like modern games, I think it's that homogenization. Like obviously if you look at smaller games, indie games, and whatever, like there's a tremendous breadth of game experience out there. But in terms of games that are designed for a general audience, there's an understanding that like, hey, there's a lot of conventions out there for controls and presentation and flow and whatever. And if we want to create an experience that doesn't create friction for players, to make it as inviting as possible, let's embrace those conventions and follow them. And I think that definitely had not happened at this point, but I don't think it had happened by like 2006 or 2007 either. And I think along with that comes that idea of like being able to beat the game. Like I couldn't finish this game, it was too hard, I got stuck, whatever. Like that's a thing that feels you wouldn't expect someone to say that about a game that came out after like 2008 or something, or even that was probably one of the earlier things to change about those things. Like even God of War, as I mentioned, if you game over, like if you die 5 times or something, the game asks you if you want to lower the difficulty level. Even the idea of being able to change the difficulty level in the middle of your playthrough was like pretty novel at the time. And now it's like you absolutely expect any game to let you like just bring down the difficulty however far you want at any point, lest you like get stuck on something and stop playing the game because it's too hard for you. And I think it's as you say, Kabash, like, yeah, games are easier now for sure. And Super Mario World was disappointing because it was too easy. I think it's I mean, in a broad sense, I think it's amazing and great that video games are so much more accessible in so many different ways, and there are games for different niches and different types of players, and I think that's great. I think it's probably wise to design something to be enjoyable by as wide an audience as possible, but I see great value in designing something to have a challenge as part of the design, and for that to be the point. But I think there's, like, a game can absolutely be super enjoyable and engaging without being super difficult or even difficult at all. But I don't think it's like a universally, like, making games easier isn't in and of itself making a game better. It's a, you know, because you want to have, it doesn't have to be difficulty or challenge, but there needs to be some amount of friction or flavor or like something to it. For me, like, I don't care much for modern AAA games, and I wouldn't say that it's specifically because they're not hard enough. Like, I'm not challenged in any way. Like, I'm not challenged intellectually or mentally either, and a lot of the time they're extremely bloated. Like, that's one of the reasons I find it so exciting to go back to, like, the equivalent of AAA action games from, you know, PS2, 360, that time frame, because a lot of the time the games were, like, 4 to 8 hours long, and that's perfect. There's like no bloat, there's no padding. It's just like very, you know, the game knows what it's doing. It's presenting these levels and set pieces and whatever, one after the other, and then you're finished. But I think in the last 10 to 20 years, there's definitely been a trend towards like bigger games and the idea that having more content increases the value of the game, and I could not agree less. Like, that puts me off. And that's the thing, like, when games don't have any challenge to them and they just go on forever, that I don't know, that gets me really, I get really bored. My biggest hurdle playing older 3D games are tank controls. I think I dislike the amount of shit that gets flung in the general direction of tank controls. I'm just bringing this up because you mentioned it, Sam, so I don't, I'm not arguing with you, but it's a thing that I think, first of all, like, I think it's silly when a lot of people, like, it tends to get brought up with Resident Evil, right? And it's like, people, oh, tank controls, but RE4 is the greatest game of all time. It's like, dude, RE4 has the same fucking controls. RE4 doesn't control, I mean, it lets you aim in third person, but it's still tank controls. You rotate and you run forward. It's like the same controls. So I think when people say they hate tank controls, like, it's not necessarily specifically and strictly rotating and then holding forward to run forward. Obviously that's part of it, but I think, like anything, character controls don't exist in a vacuum. It exists, like, as part of an overall package and an experience. And I think as long as, like, you can do what the game asks you to do on command, and as long as the difficulty of executing what you're supposed to do is like part of the game design, or at least accounted for in the game design, I think anything can work. Like Chase the Express has tank controls. There's no auto lock-on or snapping towards aiming enemies. That would be nice, but at least there's an on-screen reticle, and the character, like, you can see him either holding his gun at the ready or pointing forward, depending on whether or not he's got an enemy targeted. So you have the information you need. You have the, like, little side rolls and stuff. Like, yeah, it's a little bit clunky, but it works. And I found the game really, really fun. I like the controls in the old RE games, and yeah, it's a little bit clunky, but I think it works. When they released the Resident Evil remake, I've heard people make fun of it, but I stand by it. when I say that they added the option for Super Mario 64 controls. And I say it that way with slight derision because I feel like having direct character control running in the direction you're pressing the stick, it feels antithetical to the design of the game. I haven't even played that version with those controls because I'm not interested. So I don't know if it's like feels good or feels bad, but it seems weird to me to do it that way. And I reckon it's not going to change like how quickly your character can turn or do anything else. So my point isn't like that it's giving you an unfair advantage or anything. Even though I think, from my understanding, in the Resident Evil 0 HD remaster, the Super Mario controls are like in fact far superior somehow. That's just what I heard from people like speedrunning and stuff. Because they make it easier to dodge stuff, or I don't know. I'm by no means against that feature being included, because obviously, just hearing conversations about it, a lot of people are like, oh, they fixed the controls. It's like, all right, buddy, enjoy. Have fun, play the game. If more people get into that game, that's awesome. I love that game. It's one of the best games of all time, in my opinion. Cool. I'll stick with my C-type controls where I hold the trigger to run forward. Feels perfect to me. So it's not a matter of gatekeeping and saying they're doing it wrong. Like, I just feel like it's... I disagree with the notion, I guess, that those old controls were bad and they're replaced by good controls. That's not to say that that couldn't be the case in another game, but that game feels so finely tuned to those controls that I don't mind it. I think you had stuff like Resident Evil 5 where they're like, oh yeah, now we can aim with the right stick instead of the left, and whatever else you can actually strafe, but it doesn't really change. Like, you still have to stop to shoot. I mean, it's a fine refinement of the RE4 controls. I didn't mind it, but it's I don't know. I just find it funny to hear some of the conversations around it when people are like, oh, they fixed the controls, and it's like, well, they didn't really change that much, I guess. But hey, if you feel that way, if you feel like it was a distinct difference where you don't enjoy one but you do enjoy the other, that's good, I guess. Personally, I didn't mind either. So I don't know, it's interesting. But I mean, I think for sure, like, obviously it took a lot of experience and refinement, just like talking about pixel hunting and you know, things like that sticking around for a long time until it eventually is considered complete taboo from a design point of view. 3D cameras and controlling characters in 3D space, like, dude, it's like, I'd argue we still haven't quite solved those things. Like, I think we're at a point where it's finally becoming like acceptable to hold the notion that like certain types of games just fucking don't work well in 3D, or like, hey, 2D games have a value because we can do things like jumping and platforming and that kind of stuff. Like, is when you constrain gameplay action to 2 axes, you can present all the information to the player. Like in 3D, there's simply, human beings cannot perceive 3D space as clearly as we can perceive 2D space. That's just a fact of biology that will never be solved by game design. And you can account for it, you can design around it. You can design a game where the challenge is to parse the 3D space. And I think, to some degree, every 3D game has that baked in as part of the challenge. And that's totally fine. That's completely valid. Obviously, there are good 3D games. But as soon as you decide to take your game into 3D, as opposed to a 2D game, you are making sacrifices and concessions and making design choices right there that will prevent you from doing either certain things, period, or doing certain things as well as you could have done in 2D. And yeah, you add a layer of complexity. Either you have to let the player control the camera, or you have to design the camera. Like, camera is an important thing in 2D games too, but it's orders of magnitude more complex in 3D. So it's there's a lot. It's a lot. All right, I was trying to catch up with chat, but now I'm falling behind even more. Yeah, Kabosh, like the homogenization thing, like the controls are I think it's symptomatic. It's not the only thing. But I think I've brought this point up many times in the past, but I think another thing that just like changes the perception of some of these things is just the market and industry being so different, because the big games, there are more games out than ever. There's like what 10,000 games on Steam and iOS every day, whatever. Like there's just an infinite amount of games coming out. There's never been more. Games have never been more popular, never been more mainstream and accepted and whatever. But the bigger games have never been bigger. And smaller games have never been smaller? I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but there is such a, like, if you look at the AAA kind of industry, you have, for the last 20 years, you have companies going under left and right. Big games being too expensive, and, like, if they don't make profit, the company just go under instantly because they couldn't afford a flop. You have your EAs, your Activisions, your Tencents, your Rockstars, and whatever else, like putting out fewer games more rarely because the production values are such that games take longer to make. They're much more expensive to make. Far more people have to work on them for far longer, but so they have to, but they also can be far more profitable and for longer times. Like GTA 5 has been fucking printing money for a decade. So that means that, like, in the perception of someone who isn't the type of person to watch some dude playing 20-year-old games on Twitch, but like someone who buys and plays video games but isn't, but has a life outside of video games, for that person, games might sort of begin and end with the stuff that they get ads for on TV or on YouTube or whatever, right? They're the biggest games. And if you're only kind of exposed to that part of the industry, that part of the market, like, things are extremely narrow. But there's so much else, like, out there. And that didn't used to be the case. When I grew up, I remember seeing TV ads for Super Mario 64, and I was, like, fucking blown away because it was so exciting. The concept of seeing advertisement for video games on TV. I remember there were ads for Final Fantasy VII. Like, it was like an event. Like, I can remember these games having TV commercials because it was like video games were not on TV in that way up until that point. So smaller games and bigger games were obviously games would have different marketing budgets, but the vast gulfs in difference between both development but more importantly marketing budget behind bigger and smaller games was so much smaller back then. And especially, you mentioned the Amiga and stuff like that. You had platforms where games proliferated and moved around through piracy and other channels where marketing wasn't even necessarily a factor because it was more about word of mouth and whatever you happen to get your hands on. There was no difference between some Polish dude's weird beat 'em up and like the latest huge release from Ocean or Psygnosis or US Gold or whatever. So I think that contributes a lot to that sense too, of like homogenization, because the homogenization is very, very prevalent, but really only in some areas. You still have a lot of quirky, different stuff, but it wasn't like it was 30 years ago when nothing followed any kind of templates. Trying desperately to catch up here. Thankfully, a lot of good AAA studios are doing interesting stuff still. I mean, I think for sure, like, we're on the upswing. Like, I don't like the biggest games being giant and huge and endless games. I'm not fond of the trend of big games assuming or wanting you to engage with your, like, their one game indefinitely. Like, games are designed to never end, to just be, service games, or just, having endless content or whatever. Like, games wanting you to be stuck in that game's ecosystem as opposed to the game being a thing with a beginning and an end. But I think the fact that we have smaller games and larger games coexisting in a way that they didn't do 10 years ago or 15 years ago. When Xbox Live Arcade brought this sort of idea of smaller downloadable game to the console market, I think that was really exciting, but it took a long time for that to not have that very clear divide between like download games and real games as like two separate things. Nowadays, like that line is completely blurred, which I think is good, and I think it's really cool. As I've said before, like there's like new generations of people are going to be growing up having no sense of a distinction between mobile games, console games, PC games, 2D games, 3D games. Like, yeah, they'll pick up on the fact that, you know, Flappy Bird and Call of Duty not being the same. But I think there's going to be people growing up with games, you know, old games and new games too. You know, old games getting re-released, stuff available through emulators and whatever else. But, like, I can easily see someone playing Super Nintendo games and PS2 games and new indie platformers and AAA games, and just like having that be just a hodgepodge of different types of games and different types of experience, different types of art styles, different levels of fidelity, that is in a way not too dissimilar from the way, you know, some of us maybe grew up playing very strange Amiga games or whatever it might have been. You just, you know, you have this giant box of floppy disks, you tried one after the other. Some were complete crap, some didn't boot, some had an amazing intro and then nothing else. Just a complete, you know, mix of everything. And I think if you have that, you're going to be a little more open-minded and a little more, it's my hope anyway, open to the idea that like a 2D platformer or whatever it might be is not inherently less worth than a big 3D first-person shooter or something like that. That's what I like to think anyway.
Look, you!
Yukisoma, thank you for the follow. Let me catch up. What's up, Megami Infinity? No game with inventory in 3D? Aha, well, that it certainly exists. There is, well, I mean, it depends on your definition, I suppose, but a game that's on my backlog that I'm excited to play at some point is the 360 reboot of Alone in the Dark that had the inventory system in that game was like one of its noteworthy features, because you open your coat jacket, or coat jacket is not a word, your jacket, and you have like it's like the inside your jacket, you have to like you select your items in like the game space, and you can like combine items with the analog sticks. Like, it's supposed to be kind of wacky. That's pretty cool. And it's 2D, but there's also the original ICOM Mac Ventures, you know, Uninvited, Shadowgate, Deja Vu. The original versions, it's on Mac, you're just having these different like UI, like system OS sort of windows. One window has the graphics, another window has the commands, another window has the text log, and one of the windows is just your inventory. And, you know, in the NES versions, which most people maybe are familiar with, the inventory is just a text list. But in the original version, when you pick up an item, you can like drag and drop the item as seen in the game screen to the inventory window, and it uses the same graphic. So like in Deja Vu, you pick up your trench coat hanging off a hook, you just drag it over to your inventory. It's like this giant hanging trench coat that takes up a huge part of the window. So you have to like drag and drop and move your things around. It's kind of like, you know, fucking Diablo equipment window or the RE4 suitcase Tetris, except there's no grid. Things can just overlap and lay wherever. So you definitely have to sift through your inventory in that game. Or in those games, I should say. It's pretty sick. Wow, okay, I think I somehow caught up there. That was a fun discussion. But let's see if we can play some video games also. The body of a soldier looks like he was taken out by a pro. Well, it looks like he left something. No? This is really just shining because I can inspect the corpse? I guess so, okay. music in this game. Like, what were we even doing? Did I find the save point and save in this room? I probably did, right? Did not. Well, it's like I've talked for an hour. I don't know if I've... How do I... That's okay. I'm just trying to... I just realized I should try to remember the moves. Can I go in between here? No, I didn't actually find the safe spot, did I? Okay, it's over here. Oh, then we probably definitely save. We'll be fine. Yeah, Nina spent the 17 years between Tekken 2 and Tekken 3 in cryostasis. And yeah, I mentioned this. Her profile for this game in the manual lists her as 20 years old. Kind of makes me wonder if this was supposed to be set... Like, when this was supposed to be set.
Dear Digger, you will need more virtual bucks for the AI content generated future in our cyber apocalypse.
Thank you, Track Zero, for 250 blaze bits. I'll need all the help I can get to trudge through our procedurally generated AI nightmare future. Ugh. Thank you, appreciate it. Switch for the belt conveyor. Let's hit it. So apparently that gate was locked, but I guess I needed a key for it. Aha! Skimming tool. Alright, so I will use this to get some fingerprints and recreate them, I guess. So wait, hang on. I can't just go back this way then. Because this... Yeah, there's a keyhole. I'll need a key to open this door. Okay. Well, we have what we came for. Cutscene.
Have you found anything?
A print scanner.
That's John's. That'll enable you to get past the fingerprint authorization system. Do you know how to use it?
I suppose I'll need some volunteers to obtain some prints.
Yes, I suppose so. Continue searching for John.
Yes.
You can ID him by the tattoo on his neck.
Oh, hello. Oh, okay, nothing. Using cream on the top of freshly churned milk. Yep. Sure, that's gonna come in handy. Okay. No. I just wanted to see if I could climb up those boxes. Or we'll just skim some fingerprints. We'll skim whatever we can skim. Well, we'll save here just in case. Maybe when we passed the save point the first time, I was like, we don't need to save. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. It's 2 p.m. I want to keep playing, but I'm also getting hungry. I need to devise a plan. Huh. Yeah, there's no power. I can't go back this way. Yeah, we're identifying him by his neck, but also we were in this mission together, and we didn't, like, know what any of them looked like. Wait, okay, so I guess I was gonna say... Maybe there's something stored on this device already. Probably not, but... Yeah, it doesn't look like. Wait, okay. Camera... Ah! Okay, I guess I can get this guy's gloved fingerprints. Yeah. Use the skimming tool. Access A1. Personal code 10. Okay. There we go. We got clearance A1. We got code 10. makes sense. Every time the angle changes like that, like, it does what you would expect or want from a game, where it's like, as long as you continue to hold a stick, you continue to move in the same direction. But as soon as you move the stick, like, the position is relative to the new camera angle. But its transition of it is a little bit not great. Alright. There was something else in here, wasn't there? No, it's not what I tried to do. Well, at least there's no fucking load screen, even if this is unskippable. Aha! Key with a blue tag. And it says something about the, luggage room or whatever. So that should be to that other gate. Which, never know, we need to backtrack through there, so we'll go and unlock that. Okay, there's a picture. Enrique Ortega. Lana Lay. Edgar Grant, question mark? This laptop is connected to an outside network. Wonder if John was using this to contact the CIA. John's coffee? Get some fingerprints here? Yes. Jean Doucet. Okay, so personal code 06. So I guess the personal codes, it mentioned something about them being used for lockers. Okay, there's a safety lock. Sure, let's disengage that. Oh, okay. You can only disengage it in case of emergency. Possibly unintentional inputs, like playing Octodad. A little bit, I guess. So presumably we can go back up the elevator here, but let's unlock the other door. Yeah, anytime the camera angle switches, you have to, like, do a little guesswork and finger gymnastics to figure out the new input angle. But it's been kind of fun. Blue tag key, yes, thank you. Unlocked. I guess we could grab this if we wanted to, but I don't know if you can drop weapons, actually. So now we have A1 clearance. That means there's probably... Hard to remember what was up that other elevator. Screw it, we'll go back this way. There should be some doors here and there that we can unlock, I guess. Oh yeah, you can run. Keep forgetting. But yeah, I'm enjoying this game so far. It's cool. Like I was struggling a little bit with the combat in the beginning. I'm still struggling a little bit, I guess, but it's actually fun. And the game seems very generous with like healing items and stuff. But you know, we talked a bit at the beginning how like I feel like this was often referred to as like a beat 'em up. Because it has like combat, it's Tekken, you walk around, whatever. But it's definitely not a beat 'em up game. Like it's definitely more of a Resident Evil, Metal Gear adventure. Like it's an action adventure, but it's almost more adventure than action. With healing items respawn. Well, enemies drop healing items in combat. It's minus 18. All right, we're not quite dressed for this, but fine. Wait, is that a... I was like, is that some kind of computer chip? Like, no, it's just a bag. There are, like, permanent, like, just items that are, or I shouldn't say permanent, like, static items. But enemies also drop them in combat. Well, there's a tattoo right underneath that stab wound. Guess we found John.
I've located John.
Is he?
I'm afraid so.
I see. What about the GPS device?
Cool music.
He doesn't seem to have it.
Williams, it's a trap.
You looking for this?
Oh, okay. Wasting no time.
Never thought you'd fall for it.
Okay. Boss fight, I guess. I'll admit, wasn't quite expecting that.
Dance, baby, dance!
Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. We're not supposed to do this as a shootout, I guess. Where the fuck did he go? Okay, I see. Yeah, kick the beef behind him, but
Damn you! You're going down!
things look pretty cool. Cool. I should slow down his running a little bit, you would think. Alright, let's eat some military food. Yeah, it's minus 18 degrees in here. Oh yeah, we're level 3. We can get a new move, actually. Okay, we can use one of our S, because I think that will still heal us most of the way there. Yeah, okay. You don't really notice when you level up, I guess. Killing Viper. This is like the same move. Same input as another move, I think. Well, what else are we going to spend our points on? Have experience being locked in a freezing room? Sounds unpleasant. I wonder if I can grab him. Looks like it kind of... I'm still like getting kind of the controls a bit mixed up. Dodging seems effective, but okay, I think we got it.
Damn!
Okay. Yeah, it's like you run with X and then you like tap the stick to dodge. Like it's kind of interesting how you use the sticks for like the same kind of things. Oh, it's pretty cool. Her dresser is all torn up because we got shot 50 times. It's awesome. Oh, trying to navigate. Trying to find John. If I need to inspect anything else here. Oh shit. You can grab the knife. Okay, we can scan it. Okay, for prints. I see. Edgar Grant. Yeah, okay, so that's the dude we just fought, I believe. What else can we scan? John Doe. Okay, well that's helpful. Trial by fire measuring mincemeat that's unserviceable to humans. That's character building, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I could. I'd be well. I enjoy like cooking and everything. I don't have a problem with handling meat, like in you know, in those kinds of doses. But I remember for like biology class, I think we dissected like cows' hearts or something, and that's a memory that still sticks with me. The way the smell would like linger, very uncomfortable. It didn't become a butcher. Yeah. Okay, so there's more stuff we can here, I guess. Okay, I just pressed circle and just like turning around. Didn't have sausage for months. Yeah, I can see how that would happen. Yeah, we didn't have to dissect frogs. Have to, didn't get to, whatever. We didn't do it. Cow hearts or whatever it was bad enough. So cool. Like I like not specifically battle damage necessarily, but the like when there's stuff done like this to see the character sort of you know, just outfit changes I think are fun, but something to show that the character's kind of going through the story and kind of what's happening in some way. I think that's a cool touch. Like in Arkham Asylum, Batman's cape gets all fucked up in the course of the game. Oh yeah, there was something left. Yeah, Godey's a former chef slash fishmonger. Where he's got more than his fair share of disgusting smell stories. Oh, okay. That was supposed to be a dodge roll, but I flicked the wrong stick.
You better move your ass, or I'm gonna trash your precious toy!
God, you're annoying.
I like the character models, but every time we see Nina's face, I'm always like, she doesn't look anything like all the other, like the artworks and stuff look like very consistent. Like I feel like in Tekken 5 or Tekken 4 even, like not just in the CG cutscenes, but like the character models in game. Like Tekken has been very good at like a consistent look for the characters ever since, I would say, about Tekken 4. Tekken 3 was a little bit sort of dicey. I mean, it still looks great, but you can look at some of the character, like if you look at Xiaoyu or Harang or some other characters in Tekken 3, they don't necessarily look the same in Tekken 4 and Tekken 5, but from like Tekken 4 onwards, it feels like they were very consistent with the depiction of the characters. So it's kind of weird to see Nina up close here, and it's like, it doesn't look quite right. Just like her like facial features, like or I mean, it might be partially due to the like the animation, but it just kind of looks funky. Yeah, KFC. I don't know if it maybe is in Stockholm or like some bigger cities here in Sweden, but I've never seen KFC here. I used to have it fairly frequently when I was living in Japan, though. I never had like just the generic whatever chicken, fried chicken stuff, but I would most frequently get like the chicken wraps, which I thought were really good. But fast food is great in Japan. Like all food pretty much is great in Japan. So there's like a scanner. Oh, maybe this is to disable the IR thing. Alright, well, whatever that did, it worked. I guess we'll see this. Yeah, exactly. We'll see the lights fade. Is there a common American fast food chain in Switzerland? Assuming you're asking me, I'm going to assume that you mean Sweden and not Switzerland. I couldn't tell you the first thing about Switzerland. Or maybe someone else in chat can. I mean, we don't have that many chains here. Like McDonald's is here, obviously. Burger King. Technically, I guess Pizza Hut exists. I feel like I've never really seen that.
Enemy contact.
Oh, we're back here. Okay. That's pretty cool. My health is dangerously low, though, so let's eat some military food. If I can pause. But where I live, like in this city in particular, it's a little bit unusual because, and it's not a big city, like 30,000 people maybe. But like in the city center, there are no like, there is like one McDonald's, but it's outside the city center. There's no Burger King here, like in this city, but I'm trying to think like what. Like, we don't have, Taco Bell. We don't have, I don't know, Wendy's, Popeyes, whatever. Like, I don't know what American chains are, like, national or regional or whatever. Like, we don't have any of that stuff. Like, we have, like, as far as places to get burgers, there's, like, McDonald's and Burger King, and then there's a Swedish chain called Max, which is, as far as that kind of place goes, I like it. I've actually been to Wendy's once in Tokyo, but there's probably like very few locations there. Yeah, Taco Bell. I think I had. I'm trying to remember. I think I had Taco Bell once when I was in Manchester. Just kind of for the novelty of it. Oh yeah, well, we have Subway here. Subway is like kind of ubiquitous, and there's a Subway in, like in the city center here. Domino's. I used to have Domino's with some degree of regularity when I was in Bulgaria. It's one of those things where, like, I think I've seen ads for like, I don't know if it's been Pizza Hut or KFC or Domino's. Like, I think I've seen chains like those have ads in, you know, Instagram or YouTube ads or whatever. And I've always been like, huh, does this exist in this country? I didn't realize that, but it's probably, like I said, only in like the larger cities. The thing with pizza though, like, is when you go to have pizza in Sweden, you like any kind of chain pizza place, it's like inherently weird. I don't know, it's like in an extreme minority. Like, yes, something like Pizza Hut might exist, But if you go to Pizza Hut to have pizza, people here wouldn't consider that, like, people here would consider that a different type of dish, a different type of food than, like, normal pizza. And normal pizza is, like, never at a kind of chain sort of place. It's always just local places. They might be pretty similar. Like, there's definitely a Swedish kind of standard template for pizza, but it's not, like, it's not a chain. So that's why there's almost something weird to, like, go to a chain store to have pizza. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think Max is fine. It's still like a sloppy fast food chain burger. Like, I think any burger place in Japan had like a higher standard of quality to just how it was cooked and prepared. I like Max every now and then, but I wouldn't like it. The place here, it's like by the train station, whatever. It's like I never pass by it exactly. I'd have to make a trek to get there. But if I travel, I usually eat there because it's just by the train station. But yeah, it's like fine, but I wouldn't. I can see it seems like a very typical thing for people to hype it up for foreign visitors, but it's definitely not special. Americans are so fucking, well, I shouldn't say Italians, like, sure, Goaty can rant for 5 hours about everyone eating pizza wrong, but like, Americans are so weirdly fucking tribal when it comes to pizza.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Lamasar, 25 months in a row of unspeakable horror. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Nice round number. I suppose so. No arguments there. But yeah, it's like whatever tastes good, dude. Like, Swedish pizza is, yeah, it's like nothing like Italian pizza for the most part. It's nothing like American pizzas, whether you're talking about New York or Chicago or whatever. It's not much like Japanese pizza for that matter. But I mean, I've never been to America. I've never been to Italy.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
But I've had a lot of very different types of pizza, and well, I shouldn't say they've all been great. I've definitely had some less than great pizzas, but pizza can be done in a lot of different ways and be good. And there can be a lot of different flavor combinations and shit. So yeah, I mean, I've had chicken and mayo and corn and whatever on pizza in Japan. It's fucking delicious. You know, kebab pizza here is the fucking national dish. You know, the Swedish classic that people love to get horrified over is when you get like some chicken, you know, banana, bit of curry powder, get a little bit of ham, and you probably wouldn't have pineapple on the same pizza. I mean, you definitely could. You could have some peanuts on there. That shit's delicious. Track Zero gifted a sub to Yerg. Thank you, Track Zero, for your generosity, and welcome to the Skull Club. Chicago deep dish just sounds weird to me. Like, I'm sure it's good. I'd like to try it, but it sounds like a tomato soup pie. It doesn't sound like pizza. I mean, like, it's just because I have my preconceived notion of what a pizza would be like. All right, let's do this. So we've hit our subscriber goal for today. So I kind of decided that I don't want to take a lengthy lunch break during the stream. So whenever I need to stop for food, we'll probably wrap the stream there. But we'll make sure to play through a beat 'em up before we do that. I'm not going to stop to do that now, because we'll play a little bit further, and then we'll play a beat 'em up game, before we end the stream. But thank you everyone for subscribing. Hype train is drawing close. That's a rare occasion on this channel. I appreciate that. Like a casserole lasagna. Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like from the description. Man, oh, now I want fucking pizza, man. So that's the other thing. Where I live, not like this city, but like in my area where I live, it's like a little residential area. There's like one place to get, like one fast food place, it's a pizza place, and it fucking sucks. It's like not a good place. It's expensive. The pizzas are like fucking wafer thin. I ordered like 2 pizzas once because I wanted to get full, and then I like finished both of them. I was like, well, so much for that. It's like their kebab sauce is just tastes like cumin and nothing else. Like it's sounds Italian style. No, it was no, definitely not. It's Swedish style, just like half the amount of dough that it should be. I mean, there are places around, but I have to walk. So it's like, it's not convenient for me to go grab a pizza and bring it with me home if I have to walk, like, I don't know, 10 or 15 or 20 minutes to get it. But in this area, there's no, you know, no other food places either. Like in the city, there's actually some really nice choices for food. Like if I'm at work or whatever. But if I'm at home, like that's the thing. I never buy like pizza for dinner. I get like frozen pizza from the supermarket, which is obviously not a real thing as far as pizza goes. But I'm never like tempted, like, man, oh, I can't be bothered to cook. Let's just go buy a pizza because I know I'm gonna be super disappointed. Is there a danger of random violence? No, definitely not. But there's a danger of having to walk for 20 minutes, which I'm not gonna put up with if I'm want to go get a pizza. No, I live in the fucking, I don't know. I was gonna say middle of the forest, not exactly, but there is a, I mean, there's forest everywhere. I was out for a walk yesterday. I posted a clip on Discord where I was walking in kind of a familiar area, and at the end of this residential lane, there was just like, there was like a cul-de-sac kind of. I thought that would lead back somewhere, but nope, just forest. I was like, oh fuck it, let's just walk into the forest. And I wandered around for like half an hour. That was pretty fun. I enjoy nature, but yeah, it's not exactly a rough urban area. Nothing but like families with young kids, basically. German frozen pizzas? What? Dr. Oetker? Those are like the fucking worst frozen pizzas. Nope. Like fucking aim expertly. Very.
Requesting backup.
Pick some stuff up before it disappeared. Dude, he's fucking still alive. So these guys with the hats and little radios, they can like signal for backup, I guess. Are you fucking shitting me? Oh, you see, they keep dropping shit like that, so. Okay, we're still in combat music mode. Alright. Well, in my experience, the Dr. Oetker pizza, like the dough is just, it's like fucking hard bread or something. Like it's too thin. It doesn't, the proportion between sauce and cheese is terrible. Like, I don't know. It feels weird being judgmental about frozen pizzas because I don't think any of them are exactly good, but every now and then, if they're on discount, I, against my better judgment, buy one, and every single time I'm like, oh, why did I buy this one? It's like, oh, it's terrible. Like a cracker? Yeah, pretty much. Low carbs, yeah. But I'm not, I don't know. I don't buy frozen pizza when I'm trying to be health conscious. Should press the map button. I actually have some frozen pizzas in my fridge, I just realized. So I could go outside here. Like, I don't know where I'm actually headed. I guess I'm still chasing after that guy. I probably should not have gone out here. Oh yeah, the elevator in the atrium. Made a spin-off with Lydia. More fighting games should do more spin-off games, for sure. I would love to get more Mortal Kombat spin-offs. But I'd take Tekken, I'd take Soul Calibur, Street Fighter, Darkstalkers, whatever. So yeah, exactly, this elevator right here. I don't think we'll be able to use it though, yeah. We'll see if we can go down maybe, I don't know. I'm assuming this is where we're at. No, I guess we would on second floor, so that's the only one we can't choose. Like, the dude was running around. He disappeared off somewhere. Didn't quite make out where he was going, though. Oh, so this panel is still active, because we didn't disable it on the other side. We couldn't go through that door. I guess we can't go down to the bottom? We can go back up here. That's like a roundabout way. Let's take a look. I mean, I've always been into fighting games, and I've talked about this a lot before on stream as well, but I think fighting games are just not very well equipped to tell stories, but I think they are well equipped to deliver like world building and atmosphere and characters. So as far as having like a plot with a beginning and an end and whatever, like that's... Thank you, controls. That's not the easiest thing to do well, and I think trying to focus on that is maybe a bit of a misguided effort. But having like characters with like broad but well-established personalities interact with each other in different ways, I think that's a lot of fun.
I've made contact with the enemy.
Okay. More food? I like the little burritos or something. Body Game Gear auctions. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, auctions are too much stress for me. Well, this is like technically an area we haven't been to before. It's probably a weapon, I guess? Or is it an item of some kind? It's a katana, okay. Wait, hang on. Oh yeah, it's because I have the holding thing. I have like an inventory. I can hold multiple melee weapons now. I got the little thigh holster thing. So I guess it's not visible on the character model. Fair enough. Although I guess it would be funny because it's currently holding a sword. It's a PS1 aquarium management game. Yeah, there's so many of these like management sims. There's one where you build like a dream hotel or something, I think it's called, which looked kind of interesting. There's 2 keyholes. So I was like, hey, I wonder if there's a puzzle here. Of course there is. Well, okay. Going down here didn't really seem to achieve anything. Guess we can check this door. I don't know where he went. Probably not, yeah. I'm trying to remember if there's like any previous areas with, well, I guess we can go here. I was gonna say with A1 clearance locks. Oh, I think we did go... Well, we've gone through a hallway that looked like this. I don't know if it was this one, but...
We've spotted the intruder.
I'm pretty sure we were here before. Dude, the radio guys are so fucking annoying because they keep running away, too. Yeah, so he was trying to call in. But yeah, you tend to, like, at this point at least, go sort of net positive on items. You fight a few dudes, so it's okay. I felt the entire time, kind of, that the game doesn't do, like, a super great job of telegraphing where I'm expected or meant to go next. Which, as, you know, not only does it make it sort of confusing, I guess you could say, in terms of, like, I don't know where to go. That's not the worst part. The worst part for me is, like, feeling like a fucking idiot. Oh, so that's... Okay, how this connects. Okay. Because you're like, wait. Am I, did I miss something? Like, was it supposed to be obvious? Skill points, yes. So we have XP and we have skill points. XP aren't really shown on screen. I haven't noticed them at least, but that, like, you level up. And the level ups, the only thing it seems to really do is gate access to moves that you can get. So the skill points are like a currency. So you spend the skill points to buy moves. And we're at level 4. So eventually we'll get to level 5 and we'll be able to buy whatever this move is. Yeah, so this is like a move I had before. Yeah. I just, like, since I brought it up, I was like, I feel like at this point, this is like... I was going to say, this is like the faster way around. It probably isn't. I should probably just turn back.
It's supposed to be here.
Never mind.
We've spotted the intruder.
Okay, no, I think, like, for a second I was like, oh, enemies, that means I'm on the right track. But no, I think it just, like, put some enemies these rooms have already been in to make the game more exciting. Parrying is cool, but it's a little bit tricky. Oh, there's one more guy left over here. Guess not. Huh. Okay. The whole mark. Okay, more fingerprints. I guess maybe this is like a little hidden encounter. Jeffrey Extend. Okay. Almost Swedish name. Yeah, I guess maybe we'll find a locker room or something in having all these codes. I bet some of it's going to be sort of hidden or optional. Yeah, okay. I guess this is a great example of what I was talking about before, about modern games making sure that any important information is, like, both unmissable but also something I can kind of go back and reference anytime I need it. Because right now, there were like some little cutscene thing to show us where dude went, right? Like which door did he go into? We're supposed to follow him, right? But I didn't catch or pick up on where he left, or I didn't know how to sort of visually interpret what was happening on screen. And maybe at this point, I know the geography of that atrium better to the point where I could follow, but I can't rewatch that cutscene. So the game obviously, I guess that's also sort of as evidenced by the fact that this music keeps playing. The game, I feel at least, like the game was expecting me to pick up on where he left so I could sort of just chase after him. But now I've completely lost the trail. And it's just kind of awkward. And I wouldn't, like, I would expect... I mean, I would consider this as sort of a failing of the game by 2004. But in 2022, it stands out as something that you wouldn't expect from a modern game. Yeah, I think when it says, like, when it shows the skill points, it just, like, shows you how many skill points you got, I guess. So, I didn't go back out on the deck. I don't think I need to go up that ladder, because I can go back out the normal way. I guess we'll... It's the wrong button. Okay. Oh, so we've got like different floors. Okay. Oh, really fucking slow. Yeah, but that kind of just goes back to what we were saying before, right? Like different games for different audiences with different sets of expectations based on... Ooh, there's the locker room, I see. The freezer room. Okay, well, there's a door on the other side that I guess we never actually went into. Well, let's go there to the locker room. Not gonna help us catch him, but it'll be something we didn't do yet. Outdoor deck, that just leads back. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's check out this floor. It doesn't give us anything. We haven't been down to B1. Go up to the 3rd floor. The elevator's locked. That's locked. That's the cafe. Nothing really there. The 4th floor would be the deck, right? Yeah. Bar. Doesn't look... Well, I mean, a story little cutscene can trigger at any point, right? So I don't know. But I guess we'll go to the locker room and see. I think this game is like... It's definitely got a few perks away from being amazing. At least that's my impression so far. I reckon we're still early in the game, though, so it's hard to say how much things will change or evolve. I'm enjoying it for sure. I'm excited to like see where things are going and see what kind of set pieces and stuff will be in it. I don't think I'm going to enjoy it as much as I did Chase the Express. Jack recruitment posters. But it's pretty cool for sure. Aroma oil. Okay. Yeah, I didn't expect to get like key items in here, but maybe one of the lockers has like an important item. I'm definitely not going to memorize which lockers we have keys for, so we'll just buy them all. So the aroma oils I'm picking up here gives you like increased bone breaker gauge building speed. Oh, picked up. Oh, maybe I just refilled my sword, in which case that was a bit of a waste. David Robbins for 11. Don't have that one. So I don't know. This might be a waste. right, I guess. Well, these are like the personal lockers of the soldiers, right? So I guess some of them keep aroma oils, some of them keep Japanese swords. It's, you know, how it goes. You know what? At this point, I guess it's faster to fucking look at the map. Wait, what the hell? Blue ones should be open, right? Why am I not? Maybe I try this same one again by mistake. Well, this is like a fucking terrorist secret operating base cruise ship, so I mean, can't carry anymore. Or maybe I just have. Oh, I have 2 swords. I see. Okay. I see. I see. Okay, so we've got the other sword for safekeeping, and we got the Tonfa. That's probably the... No, that was the right one. There's another lock, I think, at the other end of this room, so we'll see if we can... we call this, like, manual for... Oh, it's not a manual. It's a journal of a new soldier. Whatever. Yakuza locker rewards. Okay, here's just a Julia poster. TEKKEN Julia. Now, I guess it's supposed to be a movie. I mean, it's cute to see those little Easter egg touches, but I feel like it kind of doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense. Alright, can't carry anymore. It's not even a locked door, actually. 4-dimensional locker. Yeah, who knows? I mean, I feel like you can definitely find swords in Yakuza as rewards for side stories and shit. I don't think that's, like, that far-fetched. I mean, it's far-fetched, but not, like, that it would actually be in the game, because I'm pretty sure that it is. Alright, I need to take a bathroom break, real quick. When I return... I kind of want to play this, but I have an obligation to play a random beat-em-up because we hit our sub-goal, so we'll do that. And I have a feeling that by the time we're done with that, I'm gonna be really hungry and want to start making lunch. It's gonna be like... I was gonna say it's gonna be 3 p.m. It almost is 3 p.m. already. See, this is the issue with doing these 10 a.m. streams. I enjoy doing it. But I need to start figuring out how to eat food. I need to figure out this whole sustenance thing. But anyway, that's my problem, not yours. I'll be back in a little bit. See you guys shortly. Okay, I have returned. I'm too excited to stop playing this. We have to see what's on the other side of this door. So we'll go a little bit further. Let's see if we can catch up and... we'll keep going, and then maybe we'll switch it up with some beat 'em ups soon. What did I eat? I didn't. I went to the bathroom, then I came back. Okay, there's some kind of a sensor. Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't want to do like a long, like, that's the thing. I don't have anything I can throw together quickly. So I would have to take a long, like, lunch intermission break for, not just for eating, but for, like, even cooking food. So that would be like a 45-minute break or something. And I'll just eat late instead. Alright, so we're not getting through here, which I guess means maybe we will move on, because now we're back to not figuring out where the fuck we're supposed to go. The only thing I can think of that we haven't checked yet is, wait, hang on. This is all connected. But that door's locked from the other side. Okay, so that must have been an area we were in fucking ages ago. Wait, I went to the outdoor deck. Okay, no, I guess we haven't been... Okay, it looks like it's all interconnected here, but it's not. I see. I mean, I've been streaming for about 5 hours, and I wasn't planning to go for like 8 hours or anything anyway. So it's I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Yeah, because these doors, it'll only show whether we have access or not. It doesn't. There's no indication of whether we've actually been there or anything. Yeah, no kebab juice injections here, fortunately. But I did pull out a frozen kebab pizza from the fridge, or the freezer rather. And it's gonna be highly disappointing, but it is what it is. Is there anything here that we might have? No, I mean, again, I guess it'll show. Wait, we never. Hang on. No, that's right. I was gonna say, did we ever use the hexagonal crank in that thing? But no, we did. That's how we got inside the atrium to begin with. The bar, there's nothing there. I mean, he might have run outside. Where the fuck might he have... Like, I feel like we've checked... Like, is there any place we haven't been? Like, it's not even a matter of determining what makes sense. It's just a matter of... where have we... at all been and not? Because I feel like I've kind of been everywhere. Unless I'm supposed to go yank on the door handle of a locked door, figuratively speaking, to have him pop out or something. Although, as I said, like, it's kind of you know, even though you look at a map and see what doors are open and locked, you can't know for sure what's gonna just trigger a cutscene or something happening. Yeah, he's holding rock or something. He said whatever. He just jumps in. Yeah, but like eventually there's gonna be... I mean, we found the corpse, whatever, that like triggered a boss fight. I guess we'll, I guess we can try going outside on the deck. Oh, okay, right. That little kick was because I was trying to adjust the camera. But of course, I was in a no camera adjustment zone. Yeah, because that's leading back to that other thing, whatever. So I guess we'll, nope, no camera. I gotta say, Kibosh, I'm slightly dubious on your sources there, your scientific sources. Well, we disable these lasers. It's like all of these doors. Well, yeah, I know those doors are locked because they're red on the map, so that's not even something worth. Well, worth, but it's not something I need to check. So, like, going out on the deck is like the only thing I can think of. I sort of made fun of how Chase the Express had this like radio option that seemed not useless, but never necessary. Now I'm like wishing this game had something like it. Trying to do the fucking... Oh, I'm in my fucking Tonfa mode. Alright, let's go. Oh, I can attack in like 2 directions at once, basically. I can like...
Requesting permission to fire. You're cleared to fire.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. I guess I didn't want to like use health, but I'm gonna die here otherwise. I guess we'll do this just to see.
Requesting backup.
Good, there's still guys left. Okay. Checking throws is fucking impossible. No. Oh, I pressed the map button. I didn't mean to do that. Kind of dodged his grab there. Oh, the direction. Damn, camera changes gets weird. Bloodstain. If anyone dropped anything over here? Okay. We used guns. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff like that, just sort of the strategy of things that I'm not really clear on. Like, is it worth holding on to items and weapons? Should I use them more? I barely even tried using the gun, so I'm not sure how that works out. I think this is where we're meant to go. That was kind of the main thing. I wanted to see if this was the correct way to go. Because if it wasn't, I'd be happy to just kind of wrap things up here. I guess we'll just swim. Nope. Okay. Wow. Transition. Air gauge. Okay. Basically, I want it to be like, okay, so if this is where we need to go, I'll know, and if it's not, I will know to like look up guide or something. Dude, she swims pretty fucking fast. I guess that was an air bubble. But again, like this like extremely arduous long transition. A circle button, it makes you dive. I was gonna say, I bet I can't go up, climb up here because there's no ladder. And there's clearly like a bridge leading out to that thing. I was just figuring out try how this works while I was here. Like, whenever I play a game like this, I don't like leaving the game on a like unknown kind of cliffhanger where the next time I'm gonna pick the game up, I'm gonna start the session like not knowing what I'm supposed to be doing. I prefer to like wrap things up where it's gonna be clear enough what I'm supposed to do, or at least not starting like being stuck. Or if I was stuck now, I'd know that I might want to look at a guide for the next time or something. So that fight in that foyer or whatever didn't go super great, but it's fine. Alright. Got our little boss fight arena here, I guess. I guess he was just standing there right in front of us.
Pretty cool, ain't it? It's specially designed for public executions.
Definitely come on cruise ships. Standard issue.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I prefer guns.
Alright. I do have those swords. A little bit of... I don't think I've spent all of the swords.
Damn you! You're going down! You're pathetic! Now let's see you dance!
So I guess I saved...
Yeah!
Oh yeah, I didn't save on the deck. Okay, this is pretty cool. Unique little game over scene. Oh shit, do we just get to continue here? No, probably not. Just a little bit of advice. Let's try again. Oh, it's asking me to lower... There was no difficulty option when we started the game. But it lets us change to beginner now. But it's still gonna put us back to where we saved, right? Hello there, Macaw. By the way, Macaw, were you, shockingly dank game? It wasn't even my choice, you know? This game won the poll. Dozens of people voted for this game. Was there something? I forget. Whatever. Well, at least I know that we're supposed to go out there. So, I just want to double check. So I saved before going inside here. No, there's nothing there. We'll do one more slightly serious attempt. At the boss. But we'll at least make sure to save outside the boss fight. Yeah, Macaw, I meant to ask you if you caught any more of Chase the Express. Or for that matter, if you deliberately held off watching because you wanted to play it. Because you definitely should. That game was incredibly sick. The action doesn't... I mean, it doesn't ever turn into Deep Freeze. It doesn't get that, you know, intense. But I really love that game. And turns out that we got not the worst ending, but definitely a bad ending. So I'm definitely going to have to replay it. Flamethrower. Well, I'll say that there's more boss fights, and you would not be disappointed with the later set pieces. So I would strongly recommend you play it. I would strongly recommend anyone play that game. It's super fucking cool. Oh shit! Didn't disable the laser beams sentry gun thing here. There we go. Yeah, like the game has like it's super well paced with like really cool boss fights and set pieces and cool moments and like surprises. Like there was this one time I was sneaking in one of the rooms and like you go inside the bathroom to save. And like at literally one point in the entire game, I mean maybe it could happen at other points, but it only happened once for me. Like several hours into the game, where I go inside the bathroom and then like one of the guards like, huh, somebody in there? And he's like sneak up to the door and like you're basically safe while you're in there. But as soon as you like go outside the save room, there's like an enemy standing there. A lot of cool little interesting touches like that. Oh, I guess I've leveled up, so now I have like longer meters, so I can do hit bone-breaking moves. Dude, I was trying to grab him. It didn't quite work. Radio guy.
Requesting backup.
Nope. Not so much. Like it's so fucking hard to catch up with them. That's like the stupidest part of this for sure. Like you see a guy, but you can't like see where anything is. So you run towards them, and they would like fucking Korean backdash out of your range and call for backup. While 5 other guys are comboing you, or attempting anyway. Like, enemies drop items, but they, like, despawn relatively quickly. Alright, that went okay. Well, I'm not saying it's a poor strategic choice on their part. I'm just saying it makes the game a lot more annoying. On a Tekken game, if you don't see one enemy Korean backdash, well, the problem is you don't fucking see it because they stay fucking off camera. You fucking hear someone Korean backdash and like calling for backup. You can't tell if enemies are left or not. I guess like sometimes the action music sort of plays when there's combat and it stops when the encounter is over. But right now we're technically in the middle of this chase. This extremely dragged out chase sequence to reach the boss. So this music is this 4-second loop. It's just playing constantly. But let's save here and make one more attempt at this fight. I don't know if guns... I have a feeling that guns aren't going to be super helpful. Just try... Right, that's how you do that. And I think I can grab off of that. Okay. Just like trying to remember my moves. Let's try the sword. So, like, he's not standing on this platform. But when we pick this thing up, he's just standing here. Just, I don't know. A little goofy, but that's fine. I guess he snuck up on us. So like, I don't even know if I'm approaching this correctly, but like trying to just mash
Pretty cool, ain't it?
the joystick to just do dodge rolls back and forth, or like towards him, I guess, while he's shooting. I mean, I don't see what else I'm supposed to be doing.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I prefer guns.
Yeah, the rolling is a little funky too, because you use the left stick. You just sort of flick the stick to roll. It's not that it's difficult to do, but it's kind of an unusual thing to do. You have to like...
Damn you! You're going down!
Just feels a little unintuitive. Alright, just blocking the sword, I guess.
Just a scratch. Damn you! You're going down! You moron!
Okay. I guess, like, just treat each volley of shots as a single attack that you dodge, and it's fine. Dude, what the... Fucking ran away? Okay. That still hit him.
Damn you! You're going down! Just a scratch. That didn't even hurt. Just
I'm like hitting him into myself. Dude.
Damn you! You're going down.
Okay, we did it. Yeah, it took me a while to kind of get it. Like, it gets a little awkward once you get hit by one shot. You can definitely dodge the next, but the timing window between you actually recovering and being able to roll and the bullets hitting the next, like the next round hitting, is very brief. So the timing is a little more specific. But I definitely got, like, I failed, like, I would do this, like, step. Like, trying to do the roll, but accidentally didn't go into roll mode by not flicking it quickly enough. Alright, Bryce's corpse. Stab through the chest. Alright. Scan a fingerprint. Should have higher clearance. A2! Code 13. So one thing I noticed on the map screen... Nice, like walking on top of him. Fucking Jabba the Hutt and New Hope Special Edition over here. The map screen showed a heading that said like the ship or whatever, the cruise ship. Kind of giving indication that we'll be...
I've recovered the GPS device.
Moving on to other locations later on.
Now you can track them down. They've got subdermal IT chip implants. Search the map for a room showing a group of glowing icons. That's the meeting of the Kamieta leaders.
Kamieta?
They're a group of weapons smugglers who've recently appeared on the international scene. They're providing every weapon imaginable to terrorists around the world. Rumor has it, they're the remnants of an organization from the former communist bloc countries. But we really don't have much solid intel on them. Our objective is to photograph that meeting and get closer to the truth. Williams, I'll provide you with the gear you need. We'll rendezvous at the heliport.
Roger.
I'm sure they're delighted to keep their clandestine meeting going as planned, despite very obviously being infiltrated by at least 2 persons, one who, granted, got stabbed in the neck and killed, but Nina's still poking around here, killing their fucking lieutenants left and right. Sure, they'd be like, it's fine, we'll lock the door, they'll never know. We can do our secret meeting. But, I mean, I guess we'll just gotta investigate. Report back to the CIA. But it's nice to know that the game will eventually, here and there, let us turn down the difficulty if need be. Like if we get stuck, if we get sort of low on supplies or whatever. But I like that, like, it seems like you can sort of kind of maybe like find enemies to farm healing items. But we'll save there. I'm gonna hop on back to the main menu. I'm curious to take a quick look. Because there's a bunch of modes that are like on here, but aren't. Yeah, there's Anna mode, challenge, sniper, stingray, honeycomb lock. I think the manual sort of indicated that the sniper, stingray, and honeycomb lock are like mini games. I guess we played one of the sniper mini games. The stingray, I guess, are like shooting missiles or whatever. So I guess once you beat the game, probably we get to do, maybe it's like kind of a rush mode of doing every sniper sequence from the game, one after the other or something. But the sniper sequence were like pretty boring. Anyway, we got the daily sub goal. So before I wrap things up for a very late lunch, let's play some kind of a beat 'em up. I shall get my arcade stick ready, but I should also figure out what game we are playing. So I'm gonna do a little randomized poll. Why do I say poll? A little randomizing? Randomized pick from a list of games that I will need to prepare. But we can rewatch the intro here real quick in the meantime. Makes things look pretty exciting. Yeah, City Hunter's fun. I haven't watched it in a long time. But it's a fun movie, for sure. What's up, Icarus? Yeah, we started early, but we'll be ending earlier than usual, too. We're gonna be playing a random beat-em-up. But after that, I'm gonna go get some food. I have my list here. I just want to double check that we don't get any doubles or games that we already played. Because we played Ninja Clowns, we played Arabian Magic. I think those are the 2 games we played from this list. Alright, I still don't have a super elegant way of doing this, like, on stream. But we can, I guess we can just turn this off anyway. And we should, hang on, let me think for a second. I guess we can do this. Yeah, this is the poll thing. So I guess I can, let me try this. Get some jams going in the meantime. Oh yeah. So if I go to random.org, Again, not super well prepared, but so usually I would do, yeah, it's not perfect, but here's our list of games. So the way it's gonna work, it'll randomize the order of this list. This might be pretty tiny for you guys to see, but I just, you know, in full disclosure, showing the randomized pick here. And whatever ends up number 1 will be the game we play. So let's see what game we're going to be playing. Gang Wars. All right. Well, that's a game I haven't really played much, but it's an SNK game with an extremely powerful arcade flyer. It's a fairly dank game as far as these things go. But it should prove a fresh experience because it's not a game I know very well. So let's hop on over here. Turn this thing off. And do that. And I think, well, we'll get the game booted up. It's an Alpha 80K game, I guess, not SNK, but they've had a very close working relationship, so that makes sense. Hope none of those things mean the game won't work properly. Mike and Jackie, huh? Let's see, I should have a flyer for this. I guess this is the American poster. This is fucking Freddy Krueger looking gangster dude. I guess it's the Japanese poster that has like Jackie Chan and whoever the white guy's traced from, I forget. Let's get some controls set up. And what was the year on this? Like 1990? 89. Dude, this is gonna be so fucking dank. Wait, is it a 3-button game? Find out. Anyone in chat a big fan of Gang Wars? I'm a fan of that guy's laugh. This actually looks kind of similar to Street Smart. I mean, it doesn't look like it plays like it, but just the graphics remind me a little of that. 1989, a good year. I mean, it was certainly a good year for beat-em-ups, given that Final Fight came out. But Final Fight didn't exactly... It's not an indicator of what games of that vintage were like, because that game is like 4 years ahead of its time. So, like, if you play a beat-em-up that's like a Final Fight clone or something from like 1991, you would expect it to be kind of dank. But when you have games like that that didn't have Final Fight to sort of copy, only having to go on like Renegade and Double Dragon, but you have like the, you know, the second tier low rent copies of that, they're usually pretty rough. They can still be fun, they can still be good. But I feel like as much as I love 80K, I wouldn't say that they're... And they've done amazing stuff. But certainly at this point in time, like, they've got that Data East, that, like, Canon Films B-level energy to them that can be incredibly endearing, but can also mean that the games are a little rough around the edges. But hey, for better or for worse, it's a double-edged sword. There's a delightful quality to that as well. Let's see how we get on with Gang Wars. Oh, select your name. Unfortunately, we don't get to pick. Power, speed, stamina, standard type. Alright, well, let's be standard man. Let's go full Chris Redfield. 1989 New York. A little girl was taken away by someone unknown. This is the end of them. You won't be overcome by anyone. Ha! It's too late. Around this time, they are becoming the prey of punks. Alright, kick, punch, jump. Alright, it's kind of, I mean, unsurprisingly, it's not really Final Fight style. More like King of Dragons. Dude, this fucking scrolling, though. Yeah, that dude's face is like 100% just phrased from a movie. Yeah, there's like no comboing, really. Dude, look at the startup of this jump. There's like a weird delay when you try to walk upwards. You guys see that? Like he's... Dude, that fucking animation, that's pretty sick. Perfect looking River City Girls parabolic arc toss there. Yeah, the iframes, like hit stun, whatever. Mechanics of this game are a little questionable. I can't really explain it, but you can see when I walk to the side... Oops, should not have stayed that aggressive. Like, you can see him, like, turning upwards. That's when I press the joystick up. And then, like, up to a half a second to a full second later, he starts to actually move upwards. But if I'm standing, like, still, I can just move up and down. It's like just combining horizontal and vertical movement. Game's not handling very well. Very slow pickup animation there. Oop, okay, sure. Take those. Yeah, I wouldn't say the character designs themselves are necessarily amazing, but there's a lot of personality. Like, this guy's facial expression is so great. Little angry Muppet with the floppy hair. And some of the poses, like, the little armbar takedown is like, it must be like rotoscoped. Or like heavily referenced anyway. Back his jacket. But like the bright yellow, like, flight jacket and the red fucking dishwasher gloves. The riding boots. Like, it's a bizarre getup. Okay. Got ladders. Bottle seems pretty good. I'm not very comfortable with this having to hug the corner of the screen to even make the screen scroll, though. There we go. No, we cleared a boss in Death by Degrees, but we hit the sub goal. Play a random beat 'em up. So we're doing that before I wrap up the stream to eat some lunch. Dude, whenever that happens, it freaks me out because I think I'm getting, like, killed. Can I swing this thing? Sure can. Like Double Dragon 2 style shovel. It looks like it would hurt. Getting hit by a fucking dinner block in the stomach. It is a pretty good boss design, though. Rid of this fella. Or just gonna spawn new dudes. Yeah, like when they're standing there like crying, I guess that's where you can. Yeah, that took up 2 things. Wait. Do crouch kick, and crouch punch. Oh, I fell off and lost another life instantly. All right, got some Double Dragon vibes there, that's for sure. I was gonna say the game seems like weirdly easy. That's until the boss fucking killed us instantly. Well, he killed us instantly like twice. Like he did a combo where each hit did like 2 pips of the life bar. Okay, that's our first credit. There's a lot of great little animations and like voice like barks. Okay, he just did a little jump. I didn't press the jump button. The mechanics of the combat are a little... Alright, do we get to increase our stats? Yes. Oh, shit, you get, like... more stats. Okay, let's, Punks are notoriously incompetent. Alright, so we beat the punks. And now the fucking commandos on stage 2 here, I guess. Okay, the gun guys went down quickly. Like, you can't hit them. So you have to, like, time your punches. It's kind of strange. Well, it's a little unusual for this style of game, I guess I should say. What was that? But you just kind of had to get into your rhythm. Yeah, you probably don't want to stand down here. Dude! Yeah, jumping is super awkward, of course. I have a feeling that you don't want to stand underneath those things. The laughing enemies are so great, though. Hockey stick. Yeah, it looked like a golf club with one of those golf club socks on it. From this being the loudest game in the arcade. I don't think I can get rid of this. Oh, whatever. Oh, wait. Oh, the jump button drops it, I guess. Oh, it's a flamethrower. Okay. I was like, why does this gun have a little bag? It's a fuel canister. I mean, the flamethrower is a pretty novel beat-em-up weapon. I mean, I think it's super sick that you have these, like, themed stages with different enemies and stuff. Like, I mentioned before, talking about beat-em-up design, that I don't like having the same enemy, like, you know, having enemies tied to the stages instead of having different enemy types that make for interesting, like, sort of combinations of enemy types in encounters where you have to deal with more of them simultaneously. But it's less of an issue in a game like this where everything is just kind of whatever. Like in terms of what the, like every enemy feels the same anyway, so they might as well at least look different. Okay, cutscene. Oh, elevator. Okay. I was excited there for a second for an elevator scene. All right, slow down. But there's actually been an impressive variety. Like, even if the characters are sort of head swaps and palette swaps, I feel like there's been a lot of different enemies. Yeah, the animation, some of it's really good, a lot of it's really funny looking. Getting surrounded in this game seems pretty bad. Did I get an extend? I might have gotten an extend at 50k. Oh shit! Like, Z-axis movement is not particularly reliable. Like, I'm getting stuck on his foot. I mean, this seems to work. The other guy's, like, spooked when I punch his boss, I guess. Yeah, you just do a little celebratory jump when you beat the boss and everyone else despawns. Alright. Bowie knife guy. Yeah, this... I don't know, this guy's pretty cool. But that's probably a worse rank. I got C rank on stage 1. Yep, no, okay. Let's do that. Oh, dude, look at these guys. Easy to come this far. Pretty good translation. Alright, got the fucking denim gang. I don't think I've ever really played this game before, to be honest. I mean, it's no Final Fight. It's not even a Golden Axe or Prime Fighters or anything like that. But it's definitely got its charm. Alright, we're getting gang combinations here. Dude, the movement is so jacked in this game, though. It's incredibly hard to explain, like, put into words, just how bizarre it feels. Because it's not consistent either. I feel like they've done the gun dudes in one hit. Feels pretty good. But there's actually a lot in this game that sort of weirdly feels good. Okay, I feel like we're gonna want this. Dude, like, how many fucking beat-em-ups do you get to kill, like, secret cops, steal their M16s, and shoot a fucking railroad tank? This game is pretty fucking cool. All the laughing enemies. Alright, do we have to balance on this little thing? What the heck? Oh, okay. These are stairs, I guess. Okay. Sure, this feels a little bootleg, but... mistimed the rhythmic mashing. Dude, he hit the other guy. Takedown. Yeah, the games are like incredibly simplistic in terms of the controls and moves. But it's pretty satisfying. Tank with the sun, the moon, something something. On the way. Like, you can really see sort of this style of game not catching on as far as this, like, the evolution of this genre. But But it's pretty fun, actually. I swear to God, every time I do that takedown, I think I'm getting hit by something. Because I never expected to okay, he stuck something out, I guess. Is there a second continue? Like it must be our third. I don't know. Dude, the bosses are so good. Tap him lightly, and he just falls over. Like, I love the bosses just having these, like, bigger sprites. Oh, do the damage, though. I wonder if you can kind of... A little bit scary. Boss strats in this game. Seem a little questionable. But aside from the walking being extremely weird, the buttons, like, it feels responsive, and like landing hits feels good. Alright, let's go all out on power. Oh, dude. Jackie's mentor. Like the fucking economic storytelling, so good. Like, you get like one scene introducing the boss, like setting the tone for the stage. Is he gonna run away? Dude, how fucking cool is that? I guess that was the boss? Alright, we lost a life instantly. Fighting the Kung Fu guys. Like, even having all these, like, disparate elements, all this different type of gangs and enemies, like, I don't know, it feels right. It feels... I mean, it's absolutely, like, that perfect Japanese take on, like, American 80s action, where you have, like, so much of it, like, really capturing that well. You die absurdly quickly in this game, whenever you do get hit. But then you have, like, this shit, like, Chinese Kung Fu gang is not something you would ever see in like, an American movie. At least not depicted with any kind of... Alright, is he just... I'm not compatible with nunchucks? Is only Jackie capable of using nunchucks? I guess only white guy can use the golf club. Makes some degree of sense. Or maybe it just ended up in a weird spot where you can't reach it to pick it up. Because it had like fucking incredible range when the other guy was using it, so it's exciting to try to use it, but maybe there will be more chances. Yeah, oh, never mind. So I pressed the jump button to drop it, to like throw it up there. And I jump after it. Oh, no, it fell. Okay, fuck it. Whatever. Oh! Look, I was trying to jump, and I'm like hitting the top of the screen. Fucking Spear Donovan over here. I'm landing up here. Dude, this game is pretty busted. This game is incredibly fucking jacked. Are we finished scrolling? Oh, there we go. I'm not controlling this, thankfully. They're pretty elaborate levels. I like it. Okay, so I didn't get to keep the weapon. Fucking enemies, like, appearing 2 pixels in front of you at the edge of the screen, doing a combo where each hit does, like, 20% damage. This game is not exactly civilized. In fairness, the fact that I died, I still got to play out the throw animation. The fact that Double Dragon is as good as it is and as civilized as it is largely why it feels so out of time. So it's not surprising for a game like this to be this way. But it can still be a little challenging, let's say. Am I meant to escape or beat him up? I don't know. Is he gonna keep fucking cloning himself? Maybe? No, I'm not. I can't climb anymore, so I guess. Can I go next to the ladder? Oh, that's another credit. Okay. Let's see, can I scroll this further somehow? There we go. Okay, we got him. Pretty elaborate buildings over here. Oh, that's the boss. I guess the orange guy wasn't the master. Like, he didn't look like a boss because he was, like, the same size as me. But that can be really cool. Like, even games that have, like, huge bosses, it's usually, like, the human size, like, the player-sized bosses that are the coolest to me. Because it's, like, you have that sort of... Usually there's a little bit of a trade-off with if a boss is, like, huge, there's gonna be less animation, there's gonna be less, like, complexity to what they can do. So when you have someone that's, like, small, like the player, like, it can be an indication that it's gonna have more animation and just be, like, do cooler shit. But also, there's a kind of... I guess underdog isn't exactly the right word for it, but... when you have a dude who's like 10 feet tall, who's like obviously very powerful, that is like how they create this presence of being a threat. But when you have someone that isn't like this giant oversized person, that means that there's something else to them that's going to be like why they're a threat or whatever. Something about that I kind of enjoy. But huge bosses can have their own appeal, of course. Guess we'll do speed.
Boy, oh boy, you're all quite a nuisance, aren't you? However, no one who's come into this base is going to get away alive?
Question mark? New enemies. Tigers and food ladies. I guess I have to do crouching. Crouch punch these tigers. Like, any enemy can literally just combo you to death. Like, I don't know if it's a combo exactly, but... Yeah, sometimes you do, like, context-sensitive low attacks. Okay, jumping away from the tiger hit it somehow. Yeah, there's like no hit stun, no nothing, you just... Yeah, to the extent that I enjoy playing this game, it's not much to do with the mechanics. Ah. This is with maxed out power as well. Okay, stopping to play a little jingle. Cutscenes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
This is going to be your grave.
Oh, it's okay. Is Shiva human sized? I mean, pretty much, yeah. I wouldn't say that, like, I have a lot of specific examples that I would think of as, like, go-to for that thing. It's just, I don't know, kind of broadly and vaguely instinctual. Alright, it's just this gauntlet of short challenge rooms, I guess, with a little jingle at the end of each. It's kind of cool, but it's a weird, little weird rhythm.
What? How could they have escaped from that trap? Never mind. Steno and his crowd will be sure to see that you get what you deserve.
Right? Definitely the Double Dragon vibes. Oh my god, the fucking Z-axis controls. It's like we're playing Karateka again. Oh, that's another credit. So the Steno, are we fighting the fucking 4 heavenly kings of New York gangs or whatever? rhythmic mashing. I get killed, use your iframes to get in close. Hash punch. So I guess probably we just kill these two dudes and then we're done with this scene. Little musical jingle and then we move on. I mean, it's cool for this to what I assume to be the final stage to be... Oh, maybe not. Structured a little bit differently. I love the way he's waving his little hand around. Walking. Oh, alright, they got magic. Maybe tougher to deal with the sword. Alright, that's another credit. Stacking them together like this. So even the fact that your attacks can hit multiple enemies, that's like kind of unusual. Oh, dude. It's pretty unusual for 1989, I mean.
So you've finally come this far. Girls are here.
Okay.
Want this one alive? Throw down your weapons and behave yourselves.
Oh, shit. Alright. I guess he meant the girl, singular. Or, no, he's talking about these girls, maybe. Who knows? I thought this was like some kind of hostage type situation where I have to aim my attacks very carefully not to hit whoever we're rescuing. Was it established that someone was kidnapped and we were rescuing them? I forgot what the intro showed. Oh, boss rush. Okay. Oh, the helicopter. Can I take the girl away? Oh, wait. Okay, he wasn't very tough. Mike! Oh, that was a little anticlimactic. We got the boss rush of one boss. If we're done. Seems like that would be the end. East returns to the town. I guess technically there were 4 dudes, right? I guess those were the Shiteno. The 4 identical fucking Mongolian warriors. Yeah, the little town of... I mean, it's either New York or it's video game New York. Nice presentation for all this, though. Not even over yet. Oh, yeah, we did see her in the intro. Jaguar. Cynthia. Dude, the full fucking... the art style in this, like, doesn't match anything in the game. Mike and Jackie. Oh man, we should have gotten the full, like, roll call for all the bosses. But alright, I guess we'll do some artwork here of seminal classic Gang Wars. Thank you, Space Hoppercopter. We'll add that to the list. I like this music. But yeah, it was very strange pacing there at the end. Like, you have this gauntlet and then, like... I think it's a perfectly fine and arguably cool thing to have, like, you know, the big bad guy not actually be the tough, you know, final dude that they have. You know, they should have some muscle or something, right? I mean, it would make sense. It would be cool if it wasn't for the fact that the muscle was, like, just the repeated first boss. And... it's sort of, I don't know, the fact that he went down so quickly. And there was like something happening with the helicopter taking off and coming back and it happening like halfway off screen that I couldn't even tell what was going on. That was a little confusing. And then by the time you like, it's not anticlimactic in the sense that I could like take him down with just mashing punches, because that was like half the bosses in the game. Well, more than half probably. But he went down so much faster than any other boss. It was a little bit surprising. Because even the muscle dude wasn't like that remarkable. That was fun though, like nice and short. I mean, yeah, I'm glad I can credit feed. But it did not stay its welcome. It didn't drag. Like none of the enemies felt like they were too spongy or anything. This was cool, and I'm feeling happy about eventually becoming one of 3 persons maybe ever to draw artwork of this game. Gonna have to think a little bit about how to approach that. That should be fun. Anyway, that will be it for today. Stream will return on Monday, 6 p.m. or thereabouts, Central European Summertime, when we will continue Death by Degrees. Tonight, we will also be doing... we'll just close this down. We will be doing... jams here. The next video game movie watch along, and unsurprisingly, I can tell right now that Dynasty Warriors maintain its solid lead in the polls, so that is the movie that we'll be watching. 9 p.m. on my Discord server, if you want to hang out and watch Dynasty Warriors. Should be interesting. You're welcome to check that out. So Monday we'll be back to continue Death by Degrees. I'm excited for that as well. Until then, take care, everybody. Thank you very much for hanging out. Let's see if we can figure out if someone else is streaming so we can raid them. What is happening in the world of Twitch at this hour? Let's see, is there anyone who can raid that I haven't raided much? I feel like I raid the same people every time, so I want to not raid the same people every time. Yeah, Kabashra, Yuksuma, welcome to the channel. Enjoy having you guys around. Everyone else, lurkers in chat as well, of course. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for everyone who subbed and gifted subs and donated bits and all that. That's all good shit. Let's raid Mike. I don't think I've ever raided him. I've been watching him a lot lately. Does a lot of PC adventure game stuff. Pretty different vibe than what we usually do on here, but it's always a good time. I'll see you guys whenever I see you guys, I guess. Take care, everybody.